dead serious. And he said Adam was made on that day. All right, so we give praise, esteem, and honor to Abba and Shamayim in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach this day. We put up in John chapter 5, verse 39. Search the scriptures, for in them you think you have eternal life, and there they which testify of me. You will not come to me that you might have life. I receive not honor from you, but I know you, that you have not the love of Elohim in you. I come by Abba's name, and you receive me not. If another shall come in his own name, him you will receive. How can you believe which receive honor one from another, and not the honor that come from Elohim only? Do not think that I will accuse you. The Abba, there is one that accused you, even Moses, in whom you trust. Had you believed Moses, you would have believed me, for he wrote of me. But if you believe not his writings, how should you believe my words? All esteem and praise the Abba and Shamayim in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Shalom, Mother Strong. Shalom, Mika. Ecclesiastes 12 and 9. And moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge, yet he gave good deeds and sought out and set in order many proverbs. Shalom, Miriel. Shalom, Yashaman. The preacher sought out to find acceptable words, that which was written, people, Omar, upright, even words of truth. The words of the wise are as goads, and as nails fastened by the master of assemblies, which are given from one shepherd. So I know we ended talking about John the Baptist 9. So we still need to finish that up in the fashion that I would desire to do so. So let's come back to Luke chapter 1, man. Verse what? You can make it 1 and 1. It ain't gonna hurt nobody.
For as much as many have taken in hand to set forth in order a declaration of those things which are most surely believed among us,
even as they
delivered them unto us,
which from the beginning
were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word.
Now, I was looking at a video last night, man. I ain't got to mention the preacher that Buddy is going off on. But in the video, Buddy was saying how, this particular preacher was trying to put a pastor in the apostles' place. I'm only mentioning that because the gentleman said something about apostles that was wrong, because he said this in regards to you had to see Yahusha to be one. Now, I only harp on this stuff, man, because scripturally you have to know what this is. Now, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Apostle is the highest office in the body, and there's a reason for that. You know what I'm talking about? Now, when you look at what a preacher is, which is a core-left, you could be a preacher and be a teacher. And you could be a preacher and be a pastor. You know what I'm talking about? Preacher is more of a function. Give it a definition of preacher, man. Everything with it, whether it's a noun, adverb, verb, all that, because I can't remember off the top of my head. I know the word is core-left. Of course, y'all know that. That's an arranger of sentences. Chief speaker in an assembly, so on and so forth. Just tell me, what is that, a noun? What kind of noun?
It's a masculine noun.
So it's a masculine noun. So this is a person, place, or thing. So this is describing somebody's function. You know what I'm saying? It's the same way you look at what a ready scribe is. That is a reteller, a recounter. You know what I'm saying? I only reiterate these particular things with these particular jobs. Shalom, Brother Robert. So that y'all know what these jobs entail is for his function and what's the other word I'm looking for? How you qualify for them. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can say they're a pastor. That don't mean they qualify as one. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can say they're an apostle. That don't mean they qualify as one. Anyone can say that anybody can say any of these things. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean anything. You can say you a CEO, but that don't mean you won if you don't. You can't say you a CEO of a company and you're a one-person company. That's not that. You're not a chief executive officer. You don't have an S corp. You don't have a CEO. You're a chief executive officer of what? You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, everybody mentions Job about flattering titles. Having the title of a pastor is not a flattering title. That's a job title. You need to understand with these things. These are job titles. That means when you hear apostle or you hear prophet or you hear pastor, you're supposed to understand the function of that job. The same way you would know the function of a job if you were in a restaurant and it said line cook. You know what I'm talking about? Or the same way if you was at a construction company and this is the foreman and this is the superintendent and this is the project manager. As soon as you say that, you know exactly what this person does. If you're a carpenter, but this is a day laborer, you know what this person's job is. You're supposed to know that. It's y'all that take these job titles and exalt these men to high and lofty statuses. It's not the job title. That's you doing that. And then the man allowing you to do that. Yes, it's the same as love of being called rabbi in the street. And you know, you have men who prefer people to call them by their job title. You know what I'm saying? And you would have to look at that, because why would this man want to be called by his job title and he not on the clock? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not actually functionally preaching, then you should be calling this man by his name. Like if you're not in an assembly, this man not working, you should be calling that man by his name. He's not at work. How many of you had a project manager and you were off the clock and you called him project manager? Or this is my boss, or my, you don't do that. You know what I'm saying? You have to stop doing that. That junk is weird. You know what I'm talking about? But nevertheless, man, read me verse 2 again.
So even as they delivered them unto us, which from the beginning were eyewitnesses
and what?
Ministers of the word.
They telling you that they servants of the word. That's what they notice. The key thing that he said, we servants of the word. See, anybody who's an apostle, a pastor, a teacher, call himself a preacher, an evangelist, their job is to serve the word. This is how that their nails fastened, given from the master of assemblies, given from one shepherd. We're gonna read this on the strength. 1 Peter 5:1. Hey.
What I said?
1 Peter 5:1.
Say, the elders which are among you, I exhort, whom also an elder and witness of the sufferings of Hamashiach, and also partaker of the esteem that shall be revealed.
Mm-hmm.
Feed the flock of Elohim.
Do what?
Feed the flock of Elohim.
Do what?
Feed the flock of Elohim.
My God, today.
Which is among you, taking the oversight,
not by
constraint,
but
willingly.
Now go ahead and give him John 20 and what it is, 21 and 17.
He said unto him the third time, Simon of Jonas, love you me? Peter was grieved because he said unto him the third time.
What he said?
He said unto him, Lord, you know all things. You know that I love you.
Uh-huh.
I said unto him, feed my sheep.
Do what?
Feed my sheep.
Do what?
Feed my sheep.
Give me Ezekiel 34:5, man. I'm mentioning this something because it was something in the video that the gentleman made. He mentioned this verse when it's in the video. Because really what they try to do in these videos is catch this person contradicting themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother matter. That's just entertainment for me. I'm not emotionally or personally invested. But when I see certain verses or certain tenets that I can see that people clearly don't understand, then yeah, I'm going to mention it to you. You know what I'm talking about? Go ahead.
Saying they were scattered because no shepherd, and they became meat to all the beasts of the field when they were scattered. My sheep wandered through all the mountains and upon every high hill. Yea, my flock was scattered upon all the face of the earth, and none did search or seek. Therefore, you shepherds, hear the word of Yahuwah.
What do you say?
I live, saith Yahuwah Elohim, because surely because my flock became a prey, and my flock became meat to every beast of the field.
Every beast of the field.
Because no shepherd, neither did my shepherds search for my flock, but the shepherds fed themselves and fed not my flock.
They didn't do what?
They fed themselves.
And they didn't do what?
Feed my flock.
They didn't do what?
Feed my flock.
My God, today. That's all I wanted to look here, man. And this is the repeated tenet of it's their job to serve the people the word. You know what I'm talking about? I think it's Psalms 80 and 10. Come over here to Psalms 80. Let me make sure Psalms 80 and 10 got what I want. Yes, Jamal. How may I assist you at this time? No, that ain't got work. It's Psalms 81 and 10. I had 80 and 10 in my mind, but it's Psalms 81 and 10. You know what I'm talking about? No, 81 and 10. But you could I got it. Shalom, Brother Marcus. Shalom, Brother Marcus, man. Psalms 81 and 1.
Say, sing aloud unto Elohim our strength, make a joyful noise unto the Elohim of Jacob. Take a psalm and bring here the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery.
Do what?
Bring here the timbrel, the pleasant
you're good.
harp.
No, so verse 3. Come on.
Blow up the trumpet in the new moon in the time appointed on our solemn feast day.
What up?
For this, a statute for Yasharal, a law of the Elohim of Jacob.
Come on.
Then he ordained in Joseph a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt. I heard a language I understood not.
Paul, now this is referring to what happened. What you got going on? When the brothers came into Egypt and they needed an interpreter. But nevertheless, come on.
I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pot.
He removed his shoulder from the what?
From the burden.
From the what?
From the burden.
And then he called.
In trouble.
And I what?
Delivered.
I want you to keep this in mind about removing the shoulder from the burden. Continue.
I answered you in the secret place of thunder. I proved you at the waters of Meribah.
Hear, O my people.
And I will testify unto you.
O Yasharal.
If you will hearken unto me.
There shall no strange God
be in you.
Neither shall you
worship any strange
I
God.
am Yahuwah your Elohim.
Which brought you out of the land of Egypt.
Open your mouth wide.
And I will fill it.
See, this the problem. Ain't nobody giving you nothing to eat. You know what I'm talking about? Because if Yahuwah said, open your mouth wide and he'll fill it by giving you the things that is necessary, Deuteronomy 8:3 on general principle. After that, Isaiah 8, and I'll look at what verse I want. Because this is the verse in Isaiah is where we're going to try to, it's going to be a slight variation in definition of word. But this is the point that I'm trying to get to. Come on with it, sir.
And he humbled you and suffered you to hunger and fed you with manna, which you knew not. Neither did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man do not live by bread alone.
But every word
that proceed out of the mouth of the Yahuwah do man live.
Now, I'm also mentioning something, man. My dog hit me up yesterday, asking a question about certain things. And he was just trying to get some clarity, you know what I'm saying, on something. But I'll share some of the things that he asked, things that we don't went over, and it's going to tie into some of the things we already been talking about. You know what I'm saying? And even more so with the point of, because we reference Amaziah a lot, but we ain't turned around and really looked at it in a minute. But let me tell y'all something, man. Like a few people, and I told you this was going to happen, few people unsubscribed Wednesday by what we were talking about, how these niggas fake as hell. You know what I'm saying? How these niggas get on this goddamn internet and they talk about Al Gore's internet to be specific, and they get on here all the time talking about these holidays these people keep when they sit around sinners knowingly and don't say nothing. Or they only want to talk about the camps, assemblies, organizations, and preachers they don't like. But you sitting up under a preacher who wicked as hell. You sitting next to a dude who wicked as hell, and you don't say nothing. And you think you justified in that behavior. And as men, I'm talking about even before we start talking about dealing with the word, as a man, how you think that's cool, bro? How you think that's cool, bro? How you think that's upright and honorable? How y'all call yourself men and you conduct yourself in this fashion? You cannot spend time trying to judge people outside the house. Shalom, man. And you not dealing with the people who inside the house doing everything under the sun that's an abomination before the throne of God. And you think that junk cool. And you think it, and you got excuses for them. You know, we all struggle with sin, brother. Man, ain't nobody trying to hear that, my nigga. Man, you don't understand how fake and flawed that is, bro. Man, ain't nobody trying to hear that, bro. Not nobody who is an authentic, real person. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. Y'all been fake for so long. When I'm talking about fake, I'm talking about living a life that you don't really want to live. That you're trying to pretend, you're trying to impress other people. This not really you. See, that's what most people's problem is. You're trying to impress everybody. And I'm be honest with you, 99.9% of people don't care. You know what I'm talking about? You know how many people buy cars that they can't afford to try to impress people who don't give a damn? You know how many people move in neighborhoods trying to impress people who don't give a damn? You know what I'm talking about? Most of the people you trying to impress don't even care. They ain't even thinking about it. And then you would have to ask yourself what type of internal issues from childhood or high school or middle school that you got going on that you trying to impress people. You know what I'm talking about? Because, nigga, that junk ain't cool for no grown man to be doing. I can see if women do it. Women are more inclined to that. Y'all social circles are different. You know what I'm talking about? But when dudes do it, nigga, like, nigga, you gay. Not gay as in homosexual, but gay as in lame. Like what you got going on, cuz? Why is you trying? Really, because that, shalom, Sister Kelly, that desire to to impress other people is really that you're seeking external validation. So now you need to ask yourself, why do you need these people to validate you? Because that's really what that means. You're seeking external validation. You know what I'm saying? Shalom, Sister Stephanie. Why do you want this validation? Now, definitely, but I'm not with you. Some stuff, it's agree with it. Some people too weak, though, to say something to somebody. You know what I'm talking about? See, it's easy to check people you don't know than to hold people accountable you do know because they know the stuff you do. See, truth be told, Muna, that's why niggas don't say nothing. Because you don't want to say nothing to him because you know he can say something to you. Because he got dirt on you just like you got dirt on him. So don't nobody want to say nothing. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, nigga, that junk foul, bro. But you ready to say something to this Christian and there's people down here on this and that. Man, ain't nobody trying to hear that, bro. You wonder why these people don't want to fool with the word, man? Because they know y'all niggas fake. What I mean by fake, meaning you don't love the God you telling them to love, you don't fear the God you telling them to fear, and you don't trust the God you telling them to trust. They can see that in your conduct. You think it's the doctrine they don't want to hear. They looking at you, man. And they say, nah, cuz I'm cool. If the word got you acting and moving like that, I'd rather not deal with it. You know what I'm talking about? And we don't see the problem with that, man. But I'm telling you, people see that and they like, nah, I'm good. See, the problem with most Israelites in quote unquote 2025, which has been the problem I've seen in the almost 16 years that I've been doing this, is that you think the doctrine is good enough to cover up the fact that you are not 100 and what it is that you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But coming from where I'm coming from, man, we used to sit back and listen to Where I'm From off In My Lifetime Volume 1, and Jay-Z was like, you couldn't talk it if you ain't live it. That was one of the lines off the song, man. Because coming from what we was in the street, man, you couldn't talk about being no killer and you wasn't no killer. You couldn't be talking about you had women and this, that, there, and the third, and man, you was in the house playing with yourself. Or you had one old lady, but you trying to front like you got 6 or 7. Because I just told my homegirl about the word simp. Most of y'all don't even know where that word comes from. The original definition of that word was a fake pimp. You know what I'm talking about? Now, the original word is shortened for simpleton. You know what I'm talking about? But as far as like the streets is concerned, man, that was the changing of pimp to simp. Like you acting like you a pimp, but you ain't no pimp. You remember that boy said in that movie, man, you ain't no pimp, man, you a rest haven for hoes. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't do that. And of course, with Boop, she know. And I know Nisha gonna know. You ain't gonna know. Because they used to like Lil Boosie, born around and think they were gangsters. Hard and whatnot. But you know what song he had. You ain't about what you be talking about. Ain't nobody trying. Not down here. I don't know what they do anywhere else. But boy, down south, boy, we don't respect niggas who ain't about what they talking about. We don't respect that. We ain't listening to that. Peace, East, man. We ain't co-signing that. We know you flawed. I would rather you tell me that you got 14 different women you hit, then you know it's a sin before God, than to act like you righteous while you rebuking somebody for doing the same thing you do. Give him Matthew 7:1 after that, Leviticus 19 out of the law, man. And I mean that sincerely. Because see, I don't care if niggas unsubscribe to this channel. Because guess what? If you didn't know, now you know this channel ain't monetized. Probably never will be. You ain't never seen no Cash App tag running at the bottom. You don't see no PayPal link on here, man. You ain't heard nobody on here ask you to send a Russian nickel. You know what I'm talking about? Ain't no super chats, ain't no nothing. You know what I'm talking about? So I'm going to say what I want to say. And I don't give a damn who don't like it. You know what I'm talking about? You ain't got to like it. Long as God knows it's true, it don't make no difference. Come on with it, man.
What verse?
Shalom, Jay. Matthew 7:1.
So judge not that you be not judged. For with what judgment you judge, you shall be judged.
He say, with the same judgment you judge, that junk coming back to you. Listen what he say now.
And what measure you meet, it shall be measured to you again.
Listen what he say now.
And why behold you the mote that is in your brother's eye?
Why you see that sin in that man's eye?
But consider not the beam that is in your own
now, how
eye.
you going to talk about masturbating and you at the house masturbating? How you going to talk about fornicating and you at the house fornicating? How you going to tell somebody to stop lying and you lying? How you going to tell somebody to have strong faith and you ain't got none? Now, I'm going to give you about 3-4 passages out of this, man, before we get back to a regularly scheduled program. Come on with it, man.
Or how will you say to your brothers, let me pull out the mote out of your eye, and behold, a beam is in your own eye.
Come on with it.
You hypocrite. First
You what?
You hypocrite.
You what?
Hypocrite.
Do what?
First cast out the beam out of your own eye.
Get yourself together.
And then shall you see clearly to cast out the mote out of your brother's eye.
Notice that he's not chastising you for, when you look at that judgment here, it's going to be mishpat. He's not castigating you for saying what's right. He castigating you for trying to correct somebody and you know you sour. And you ain't actively trying to do nothing to make sure that you not sour, which is what most people like to do. Most people like to throw that law at people knowing they sour. Give me Romans 2, man. Give me Romans 2 and 7, man. Matter of fact, 2 and 1. Bump that down.
Therefore, you are inexcusable, O man.
You what?
Inexcusable.
You what?
Inexcusable.
My God, today.
Whosoever you are that judge, for wherein you judge another, you condemn yourself.
You condemn yourself.
You that judge do the same things.
Guess what? You know where this come from? Y'all know where this come from? You know where you can go at and you can see this in the text? When you go read 1 Samuel, when Nathan came and laid that scenario out to David, and David said that man must die. And he said, you are that man. He was inexcusable in that moment when he sought to judge a man, and he was guilty of the same thing. You know what I'm talking about? You can't do that. Come on.
But we are sure that the judgment of Elohim is according to truth against them which commit such things.
My God.
And think you this, O man, that judge them which do such things and do the same, and you shall escape the judgment of
Elohim? You think
Elohim?
you're going to escape the judgment of God when you do that?
Or despise you the riches of his goodness and forbearance and long suffering?
So while you doing that, you hate the fact that he's slow to wrath and that he forgiving, but you're going to conduct yourself in this fashion. Come on,
knowing
man.
that the goodness of Elohim lead you to repentance.
My God. Come on.
But after your hardness and an impotent, goddamn, I just said it wrong.
Go ahead, you straight. Go ahead.
Impenitent heart, treasure up to yourself wrath against the day of wrath and revelation of the righteous judgment of Elohim, who will render to every man according to his deeds. To them who by patient continuance and well-doing seek for esteem and honor and immortality, eternal life. But unto them that are contentious and do not obey the truth, but obey unrighteousness, indignation and wrath, tribulation and anguish upon every soul of man that do evil, of the Yahudim first and also of the Gentile. But esteem, honor, and shalom to every man that work good, to the Yahudim first and also to the Gentile.
Keep on rolling.
For there's no respect of persons without Elohim.
Not damn tap. Your law tell you that.
For as many as have sinned without law shall also perish without law.
And guess what? That tell you with the Canaanites. They sinned without the law and they died without it.
And as many as have sinned in the law shall be judged by the law.
And you see the Israelites sinned in the law and they were judged by it.
For not the hearers of the law just before Elohim.
But who righteous before God?
But the doers of the law shall be justified.
Continue.
For when the Gentiles which have not the law do by nature the things contained in the law, these having not the law are a law unto themselves.
Come on with it.
Which show the work of the law written in their hearts.
Come on.
Their conscience also bearing witness, and thoughts the meanwhile accusing or else excusing one another.
That's good. Come on.
In the day when Elohim shall judge the secrets of men by Yahushua HaMashiach according to my gospel, behold, you are called the Yahudim, and rest in the law, and make your boast of Elohim.
See, this is the part I really want.
And know his will, and approve the things that are more excellent.
You know his will, you approve that? Come on.
Being instructed out of the law, and are confident that you yourself are a guide of the blind.
You confident you a guide of the blind?
A light of them which are in darkness.
What are you finna tell him?
An instructor of the foolish, a teacher of babes, which have the form of knowledge and of the truth in the law.
What you got to say about it, Paul?
You therefore which teach another, teach you not yourself?
If you going to teach somebody else, you ain't taught yourself, man.
You that preach a man should not steal, do you steal?
How you going to tell me don't steal them people money and you just stole these people money?
You that say a man should not commit adultery, do you commit adultery?
Well, you around here sleeping with men wives, boy?
You that abhors idols, do you commit such sacrilege?
Well, you around here with your back to the temple, worshiping the sun.
You that make your boast of the law, through breaking the law, dishonor you, Elohim?
Say you making your boast in the law, but when you break it, you dishonor your God.
For the name
That's good. 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 10. After that, Leviticus 19 and 14.
But Elohim have revealed unto us by his Ruach, for the Ruach search all things, yea, the deep things of Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
For what man knoweth the things of a man, save the spirit of man which is in him?
Come on.
Even so the things of Elohim which know no man, but the Ruach of Elohim.
Come on.
Now we have received not the spirit of the world, but the spirit which is of Elohim, that we might know the things that are freely given to us of Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
Which things also we speak, not in the words which man's wisdom teach, but which the Ruach HaKadosh teach.
That's what a lot of people's problem is they like to teach things according to man's wisdom and not according to what the Ruach HaKadosh teaching. Y'all know from John 14 and 26, John 15 and 26, and John 16 and 13 that the Ruach HaKadosh going to bear witness of the Son. Because his testimony is in heaven and his record is on high. And that the testimony of Yahushua is the breath of prophecy. So, and again, you know, the law and the prophets was until John. Now the kingdom of heaven is preached and everybody's pressed into it. But these people around here think, come on, man, I'm going to just leave these people alone. Come on, bro.
Comparing spiritual things with spiritual. But the natural man received not the things of the Ruach of Elohim.
And you know, that's in Psalms 92, man. You know, a brutish man understand it not. A brutish man means you stupid. Now, natural man, he just means you're carnal. Shalom, sister.
For they are foolishness unto him, neither can he know, because they are spiritually discerned.
You have to understand something, right, man? Carnal-minded people, man, when it comes to the things that's of the Spirit of God, it's not for them to know. I know some people want to say, oh, that's a cop-out, and some people want to say where your scholarship at, and where's your academia at, and all that sound good, and that's great. But when you talk about ministering the word of God, man, we talked about it the other day. It's in Jeremiah. It's in Hosea. He say he going to speak comfortably to you. When he say he going to speak comfortably to you, can anybody on Clubhouse, on the YouTube, tell me what that means? Because I'm going to tell you something real. Scholarship and academia can't speak comfortably to you. They can't. You know why? They're not intended to. That don't mean they don't have a place. It don't mean that they're wrong. I'm talking about for the facilitation of what the word of Elohim, the word of Yahuwah's host is for. Scholarship and academia can't do that for you. You know what I'm saying? That's right, Darius. That's right, said. It got to speak to your heart, to your inward man. That means that's got to go beneath the surface, man. You know what I'm talking about? That means that's going in, that's touching something else. Academia and scholarship can't do that because that's man's wisdom. You dig? And you gotta have there has to come a point in time when you know that there's a place for any and everything. But when you talking about, remember, right? He said that he would give you pastors according to his heart that would feed you with knowledge and understanding. So that means when they feed you with the word, it's supposed to speak to your inward man. When you eat food, it speaks to your belly. It got to go in there. You need all the things necessary from what it is that you consume in order for your body to fire and function properly, unless you eating trash. If you're eating nutrient-dense foods, then it's different. It's gonna speak to your body differently. If you around here, unless you around here eating, you know what I'm talking about, ding-dongs and ho-hos, man, and Twinkies and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? You at McDonald's every day. Ain't no nutrients in the food, man. You know what I'm talking about? Ain't nothing in that food, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Now, everybody knows that microwaves take the nutrients out your food. We moved in this house, they ain't had no microwave. We got a toaster oven, this, that, there, and the third. After that, I was like, you know what? We ain't getting no microwave because everybody know food don't taste the same when you warm it up in the microwave. You know why? Because that goddamn microwave done took everything out the food. You know what I'm talking about? We ain't even bought one, man. Ain't gonna buy one. It tastes better coming right out of that right there, man. Tastes the same as when she cooked. I ain't never got to use another microwave ever again in my life. You know what I'm talking about?
Ours ain't got one in there either.
Yeah, I don't need it. I think you got one of them too. That's one of them things we took out the house, man.
Yeah, ours one the air fryer, ours went bad.
Damn.
Bad.
You can get another one.
He said we haven't had a microwave in 10 years. I heard that. What you didn't know? Oh yeah, microwaves, because of the radiation that's used in the microwave, it sapped the nutrients out the food. So that's why cooked food tastes different when you reheat it in the microwave. You know what I'm talking about? Then if you did, it definitely tastes drastically different. You know what I'm saying? And you always do that when you be like, dang, that food don't taste the same out the microwave. But heating it up in that, it tastes the same way as when she cooked it the first time.
That's why some people reheat it on the stove.
Yeah, old school people used to reheat it on the stove and reheat it in the oven. You know what I'm talking about? We're gonna reheat this, that, in the third, and bump this microwave. You know what I'm talking about? But of course, that's why a lot of people are so deficient in a lot of things, because you eating food they ain't got no nutrients in it. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same reason why people's soul ain't get right, because you eating word that ain't got no nutrients in it. So it's not getting to that inward man to be able to actually, fortify the body with the vitamins and minerals that is necessary for your development, for lack of a better analogy, if you would. Say doctor said take D3, but said the air fryer revived though. And some people believe them air fryers cause cancer also. You have to try to kill everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all looked at that video I sent you, man. Drew sent me that video, man. What that dude was just talking about basically why people get extra sick. And it was funny because Zara was talking about today, because she was talking about her son had chicken pox. And I ain't heard nobody had chicken pox in a long time. You know what I'm saying? Some people believe they do. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. I ain't researching no studies on it. We definitely just ate some French fries out of the air fryer. So
nice and crispy.
I'm more glad we probably don't have it if that's the case. But in the video, he was talking about that most people people didn't really get sick with stuff, man, until they came with these vaccines. Because when they give you this vaccine, they're shooting your body with that virus, and it's a foreign entity. And he used the example of if you get an organ transplant and you have to take anti-rejection medicine for the rest of your life, because your body looks at that organ as an enemy that has to be destroyed, because it's not your DNA. So when you start injecting outside DNA in your body sees that as a foreign entity that must be destroyed. You know what I'm talking about? That's why people, why they cuz that came from somebody else. This is how Yahuwah made you. Your DNA is supposed to stay with you. You know what I'm saying? The only time your DNA is supposed to go somewhere else when you place it in a woman's womb. Outside of that, it's like, nah. When she mentioned this here about the chicken pox, like most people end up, if you had chicken pox, you can get shingles when you're older. You know what I'm saying? Because now you done had it. But I mentioned, like, my mama took me around my cousin when she was 5, and I ain't catch it. I ain't catch it till I was like 16 or 17. And man, Don was like, boy, you could die from that junk. You know what I'm talking about? When you catch it when you're older. You know what I'm saying? That junk hits you different. But it's more so some stuff you just want to catch it naturally and your body fight it versus shooting yourself up with this. Because you hear older people talking about the stuff that everybody got. They didn't have these problems. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't nobody autistic, and wasn't nobody had this. Niggas wasn't dying from SIDS and all this old extra stuff, man. Because these people be shooting stuff in your body ain't supposed to be in there. Oh, I understand. Yeah, man. So I just pray and hope. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. You know what I'm saying? But it just be stuff, these people be on some other type of time. It just is what it is. I ain't need to mention it going down. I really just mentioned it is that doesn't taste different. And in the aspect of, you have to look at, a lot of these people give you microwave word. So they done zapped all the mercy, the faith, the judgment, the godliness, the long suffering, the gentleness. Ain't none of that in there. All they giving you is law and nickel. That's all they giving you. You know what I'm saying? And when you get that, what type of benefit you gonna have after that? Not now. You know what I'm talking about? Come on with it, sir. Where you at with it? Leviticus 19 to 14.
So you shall not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear your Elohim, Yahuwah.
You ain't supposed to curse the people who can't hear the word and put a stumbling block before the people who can't see. That's all these niggas want to do. Go ahead, man.
You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment.
Hot damn.
You shall not respect the person of the poor,
Mm.
nor honor the person of the mighty.
Mm.
And righteousness how you judge your neighbor.
Mm.
You shall not go up and down a talebearer.
Remember, talebearer is a slanderer. That does not mean gossip. You know what I'm saying? Talebearer might be gossip in English, but that Hebrew word, that means a slanderer. You can't go up and down lying on people, man. Don't give me the definition for that, because I know people on here who don't know that.
That's Rakil, a slanderer, a talebearer, an informer.
An informer, a rat. You like to go tell people stuff they ain't got no, because that's a lot of people's problem. That ain't none of your business. Why you sharing that with somebody else?
Scandal monger.
A scandal monger. You know what that is? That's 99% of these niggas who be on Clubhouse. These niggas scandal mongers, nigga. Nigga pissed me off today with some junk he said, man. You know, we don't co-sign nobody having multiple wives, but you know, I don't care about it either. But this man had the unmitigated gall to say, this nigga got 5 wives. He ain't got a 9 to 5. He just sell oils. I said, damn, you gonna hate on the man because he started his own? You gonna hate on the man because he had the testicular fortitude and the courage to take a risk that could have failed. Because let's just be honest, just because you start a business don't mean you're gonna make some money. Just because you start a business don't mean you're gonna be successful. That's what everybody like to tell you. They don't like to tell you that you might have much, you don't make nothing. That you might take a loss. That niggas don't bank. You know what I'm talking about? Nobody like to talk about that part. I just seen a dude on my page say he did an interview with somebody here in real estate. He told him, yeah, man, this month, man, we made $120,000 this month. He said this man got on there and said, no, they made $120,000 every month for the year. This man said, this man lying. He said, we had months we ain't make nothing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody think got a business gonna make some money. Man, that don't mean nothing, man. That don't mean nothing. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know where people get this false sense of reality at. You're delusional. You know what I'm talking about? Man, they say it take 5 years for you to see a profit, man. If you can make it 5 years. Because most people don't make it 5 years. You know what I'm talking about? That junk ain't sweet. It's ebbs and flows. But nevertheless, it's just the aspect of, man, like, I didn't like that, man, because that's some sucker stuff. And the reason why I didn't like it is, one, because I know the dude, and I know when he started doing what he was doing, and I knew he had a job when he did it. You know what I'm talking about? And then he got it to the point to where he didn't have to keep working. I love that phrase. Commandeering, scandal monger. Yeah, we're going to have to use it, Emma, because that properly describes all of these people on this app that like to sit in rooms and make rooms trying to cause scandal. Shalom 10K, talking about other people. Let's look at the definition of a scandal monger. A scandal monger. This is a person who spreads or creates reports about events or actions that cause public disapproval and shock. Shalom, Dave. Informer, like the old stuff. Boy, that wild. A scandal monger is a noun that means spreading malicious gossip or gossip mongering. It also refers to a conversation that spreads personal information about other people. Synonyms are big mouth, blabbermouth, dauber, fink, grass, informer, narc, rat, rumor monger, scaremonger. I already told you a rat, use a snitch. A person who stirs up public outrage towards someone or their actions by spreading rumor. But that's all these niggas on here. Sloan, Mr. Barry, man. Listen, ain't nobody got no business sitting around talking about stuff like this here, trying to cause public disapproval about somebody. That's a sin before God. And that's what we gonna start telling these niggas on here, mom. When them niggas start doing, boy, you sinning, boy. Boy, you're tail-bearing, boy. Yeah, you're a busybody in other men's matters. You're tail-bearing, boy. You scandal-mongering. Why you trying to cause public disapproval? Say, yeah, unfortunately, most rooms, that's what you scandal-mongerer. That's what we start calling these niggas from now. Y'all don't be on here to know this here. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, most of us, like, I would tell them Stanley this early. And Mama Steph know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a small amount of people who got on this app that said they wanted to learn something. And I was like, well, you got in the wrong place to do that. Because the individuals who own here, they not trying to make sure nobody learn nothing. You have dudes in certain rooms that all they're trying to do is appeal to their base. You have certain dudes who just want to pander to a certain group of people. You have certain people who want to just talk about people. You know what I'm talking about? Or they want to down talk organizations. And you have a very scant few individuals who care about disseminating information for the development of other people. So the people who actually want to learn something, they become disillusioned and they either fall into the trap of the folly that occurs on this particular application. And this can happen on YouTube as well. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe just not to the degree as this particular application. Or they just drop off because it's people who you may not know somebody who can give you the information you're looking for in your city. So you're like, okay, I'm gonna get on the internet, I'm gonna get on this app, and maybe I can learn something. And then you find out very quick that these niggas don't care about nobody learning nothing. All these niggas want to do is scandal monger. I never understood how a bunch of grown men would have all this energy to sit around and talk about another man. At this point, I think that maybe they want to perform fellatio on men. That they're salad tossers. Because that junk is weird. And understandably so, Mama Steph, understandably so. Because, you know, as you already know, people like drama. If people didn't like drama, shows like Law and Order wouldn't be on as long as they were on. You know what I'm saying? Or shows like Dallas. Or people wouldn't have watched soap operas. You know what I'm talking about? People don't watch Love and Hip Hop for the cinematic features. They watch it because of the drama that is created. Because that's what people like. Unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? That's just human beings. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, he said YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is more of a control to navigate. But you know, certain stuff pop up in your algorithm. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes these people try to send stuff to send you down a rabbit hole of folly. So you got to guard your grill. You know what I'm talking about? But read that verse again for him, man. Leviticus 19 and what?
Was it 16?
16. Listen what he said.
You shall not go up and down as a talebearer.
Stop scandal mongering, nigga.
Neither shall you stand against the blood of your neighbor. Yahuwah.
Go ahead.
You should not hate your brother in your heart.
You shouldn't do what?
Hate your brother in your heart.
But you should do what?
In any wise rebuke your neighbor.
See, that go back to what Amuna said, boy. If you don't say nothing, you go along with it. That means you hate that man. You know what I'm saying? If you love somebody, you'll tell them the truth. If you know this person is participating in destructive behavior, you would tell them. You don't say nothing because you don't care. Most people don't care about you. Now, one thing I know with me, I ain't finna keep telling you the same thing over and over again. I ain't gonna tell you but a couple times, 3 at the most, and I'm good. Well, I'm not gonna keep talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Clearly, this is what you want to do, and I'm gonna let you do what you do. You know what I'm talking about? But man, you can't sit around watching people destroy their life, and you just ain't saying nothing. And that's what I meant on Wednesday. These dudes sit back and they know these dudes sinning, but you got all the energy in the world for a Christmas keeper, a Thanksgiving celebrator, a New Year reveler. I ask all these dudes, are you going to talk about the Chinese New Year? Like you talked about this New Year? Are you going to talk about that? Because if you ain't going to talk about that, you a hypocrite, blood. You fake with it. Because you ain't consistent. Come on, man.
You shall not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself.
You should do what?
Love your neighbor as yourself.
You know why a lot of people can't keep this commandment? Why you think a lot of people can't keep that commandment? It's a simple answer. Because they don't love themselves. You can't love nobody when you don't love yourself. Because where's the base of the foundation of the love going to come from? If you don't love yourself, you ain't going to love nobody. You definitely not going to love God because you ain't got no love in you. When you look in the mirror, you see something and you hate it. And you reflect that on everybody you come across. And you got to make sure you get that together. Because you got to figure out why you don't love yourself. I'm not saying that to be funny. Man, if you've been living long enough, you can see a lot of people don't love themselves. You can see it in their actions. You can see it how they treat themselves. You can see it how they treat others. Now, some people, they just evil as hell. You know what I'm saying? But that's a small amount of people. Most of the people you walk across on a day-to-day basis, well, they don't love themselves, man. They loathe themselves, but they loathe themselves when they look in the mirror. And that's something that you have to really have some real deep introspection on yourself, man, to figure out why that's the case. Because that's not something that I can answer. Now we can give solutions, but I can't answer. Only you can answer why you don't have the love for yourself you're supposed to have, man. You know what I'm saying? Some people got called ugly all the days of their childhood. You know what I'm saying? Now, truth be told, it's a subject that mentioned where is the foundation of the love. To be honest with you, man, that foundation of love is supposed to came from your parents. To be 100% honest with you, most people who don't really love themselves, man, you can get it from. And I ain't talking about your parents ain't show you no love. I'm really more so they may have not taught you or showed you what it was like for you to have love and care for yourself. You know what I'm talking about? That don't mean that they didn't love you. You know what I'm saying? They might have did love you, but they ain't know how to teach you how to love yourself. You know what I'm saying? That man, look here. That's something you gotta sort that out for yourself. If you look at him like, because seeking outside validation is a sign that you don't love yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because whoever you give your validation to, they can destroy you. You know what I'm talking about? Because now you done gave your power. It's only one person supposed to be concerned with them validating you, and that's your God. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, as a child, you want your parents' validation. That's why some people don't love themselves because they were seeking their parents' validation and never got it. You know what I'm talking about? It's a multitude of reasons. It can go on and on. Some people don't love themselves because they was abused. You know what I'm saying? There's no cookie cutter answer. There's no singular answer. Everybody's life experiences is different. But if you know you don't love yourself, you need to sort that out while you don't. You need to go talk to somebody. You know what I'm talking about? Most people don't have the skill and the wherewithal to sort that out on their own. You know what I'm saying? So again, for those of you who don't know, I ain't one of them people be like, to love yourself, and I just throw you 16 to 20 Bible verses and you think that's going to do it. No, man, we actually have to have a conversation. And I ain't saying you got to talk to me. If you need to go pay a paid professional, then go pay a paid professional. You know what I'm talking about? If you got friends or family who you believe are skillful enough to help you navigate that, then go talk to them. But by all means, go talk to somebody. You know what I'm talking about? And get that sorted out. Yeah, handle that. He said, I did it. Big nose, bold head. I didn't know why I was ugly till a group of boys told me in high school. I thought now see, that could be different because you very well may have been pretty. Sometimes people say stuff just to be mean because they coming out with the intent on destroying somebody's self-esteem. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, just want to hurt people. You got people who just cruel, unnecessarily cruel. You know what I'm talking about? Like growing up, we ranked all the time. We cried. But one thing we did not do is that we did not embarrass other men in front of girls. Like if a bunch of girls came around, the ranking stopped because this is for sport. We're not trying to embarrass you. You know what I'm talking about? That's not the purpose of this. You know what I'm saying? Because then once you travel the road and you're trying to embarrass this person, now that's just cruelty. And that's not what we do this for. You know what I'm saying? Like the only women that we would rank in front of were women who actually rolled with us. You know what I'm talking about? So if they didn't hang with us or they wasn't fooling with one another, no, we don't do that. No. Y'all have mercy on us. So I had to get on my homeboy Otis about that, man. We was in high school. He wanted to run. I said, oh, you trying to embarrass me in front of the hoes, huh? I said, go on ahead and get off. Get all your jokes off, my nigga, because you know you violated. And when he finished, got it. He was like, bro, you got it? No, I ain't got nothing because you wrong. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to embarrass me, bro. You don't do that, man. You know better than that. You don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Once you crossing the territory of doing stuff, trying to embarrass somebody, man, that's a problem with you. You know what I'm saying? You got an issue. You need to sort that out. Say people get abused, mistreated at home, go to school, take it out on their peers. Damn sure do. Them niggas mad with their mom and daddy. They want to take that anger out on somebody else. Yeah, man. You saying that's really your man. We fool with each other like that. I mean, we grew up together. We from the same neighborhood, man. This is what we do. We rank at the school bus in the morning. Niggas ranking on the bus. Niggas ranking in class. Niggas rank. Man, we couldn't finish basketball games sometimes, man, at the park because niggas ranking so long. You know what I'm saying? But what we never did was try to embarrass somebody. You know what I'm saying? Now you might get embarrassed in front of the crew, but we ain't finna embarrass you in front of no group of women, not intentionally. No, that's not cool, bro. Let me see this here, right? Say dealt with bullies till I started trying to fight them. They left me alone. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is something you need to tell your children. Bullying don't stop when you get grown. And I done told y'all that before. A lot of people lie to you and be like, when you get older, bullying don't stop when you get grown. It probably get worse. It probably get worse the older you get. Yeah, dealing with abuse and bullying is a tough combination. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it don't stop. People are cruel. And you have to tell your children that. Because they have to know that to be able to not. I'm telling you, my mama told me this. I told you this before. She said, what people say to you and do to you is a reflection of them. That ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? And you have to let your children know that, like, hey, man, do these people saying and do that ain't got nothing to do with you. Because if you don't tell a child that, they will begin to think that the things that people say and do to them is a reflection of them. Then they begin to internalize that, and their self-esteem, their self-respect, their self-value, and the love they have for themselves will just incrementally disseminate and be gone. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, man, you gotta be on point. That junk is vital. It's very, very important. You know what I'm talking about? It's not a light thing to just be cast to the side. You know what I'm talking about? Come on and give me John 7:21. Then we get back to where we was at before. I told you I'd say 8.
So Yahushua answered and said unto them, I have done one work, and you all marvel.
That's right.
Moses therefore gave unto you circumcision, not because it is of Moses, but of the fathers. And you on the Shabbat day circumcise a man. If a man on the Shabbat day receives circumcision, that the law of Moses should not be broken, are you angry at me? Because I have made a man every whit whole on the Shabbat day.
Judge not.
According to the appearance.
But judge.
Righteous judgment.
Judge not.
According to the appearance.
But judge.
Righteous judgment.
One more time. Judge not.
According to the appearance.
But judge.
Righteous judgment.
Y'all need to remember that, boy. Don't judge things based on how it look. Don't judge things by how it look. For sure, Marcus, man. Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? I told you, man, it's easy to love, man. Love don't take no effort. Don't take no effort to love nobody. It take effort not to show love, man. And the reason why most people to make the effort not to show love, because they make an effort not to love themselves. Man, once you get to a point in life, man, when you feel like you ain't worthy of love, man, you won't even try to love yourself. You'll do everything in your power to destroy yourself. You know what I'm saying? Most people can't really show love outside of anything else is because they just selfish. Niggas so self-centered. You know what I'm talking about? Now, there's sometimes in life you need to be self-centered. You know what I'm talking about? But this man already told you, man, love don't seek her own. So that's not the love of God. Because when the son wanted to seek his own by asking for the cup to pass, he said, no, not your will be done, but my will be done. See, that's an actual facilitation and exhibition of love. Because he didn't seek his own will. You know what I'm talking about? And that's something as a man, you have to realize that when you want to say, oh, I'm the head of the house, I'm the leader, this, that, there, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you do things according to your vision and your way that you set for the household. But at the same token, you have to be willing to make the necessary and required sacrifices in order to benefit those under your charge. You know what I'm saying? And that's more so in an aspect of, I want to do this, but I need to do this. So I'm going to do this. You know what I'm talking about? Instead of thinking about what you want. That's when you're talking about the whole house. Now, and I'm not talking about mundane matters either. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't talking about no mundane matters. We talking about a little bigger than that. So I've been trying to work on making righteous judgment. Asking this is right. Yeah, you know, righteous judgment is just, man, making a righteous judgment is just make sure before you determine what's right or wrong that you have all the information. That's all. Righteous judgment ain't, and I say that not to say that you're saying that you don't have to overcomplicate it. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have all the applicable information, you can't make a judgment on it. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to say, I need more information before I can say anything on that. That's okay. You know what I'm saying? Our biggest problem is you in a rush to make an assessment. You don't have to be in a rush to make an assessment. Sometimes you have to do a diligent inquisition. As the law say in English anyway. You know what I'm talking about? Sometimes you gotta wait. Get all the info you need. It's the same thing if you're gonna make a big life decision. You just don't make a life decision just because you feel like you gotta make it right now. When you do that, that's a sign of immaturity. That's a sign of a child and lack of impulse control. because you didn't even take the time to do diligent research and to fact find and to gather everything you need to know to make an informed decision. You know what I'm saying? That's what children do. A grown man should never think in that type of way. Come on.
Then said some of them of Jerusalem, is not this he whom they seek to kill?
That's good. Come on, get me Isaiah 8 and 13. Come on, send on.
Say, sanctify Yahuwah of hosts himself, and your fear, let him be your dread. And he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of stumbling and for a rock of offense to both the house of Yasharah, for a den and a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And many among them shall stumble and fall and be broken and be snared and be taken.
There'll be what?
Shall be stumble and fall and be broken and be snared and be taken.
Now he wants you to do what?
Bind up the testimony.
And do what?
Seal the law among my disciples.
Pause it. Tell them what bind it up is. Come on, Joanne. You calling? Come on.
That's sarar, to bind, to be narrow, to be in distress, to make narrow, to cause distress, to besiege, to be straightened, to be bound.
So you got the bind. Now what's this testimony? That's
testimony, attestation, a confirmation.
A who? A confirmation. Now I want you to let that rest in your brain for a moment. You did. He said he wants you to bind up the attestation or the confirmation of a witness. Then he wants you to seal the what?
The law among my disciples.
Now, disciples is Taladim. I think seal is Kathan, but confirm that for me. And we'll see if law is Torah. And the Kathan just means the seal.
Yep, law is Torah.
So he wants you need both of these to be his Taladim, to be his taught one. That testimony or that confirmation of that word need to be bound up. And then that man's instructions need to be sealed in you. And he said he'll wait upon who?
Yahuwah.
And what else?
That hide his face from the house of Jacob, and I will look for him.
Behold,
I and the children whom Yahuwah have given me for signs and for wonders in Yasharah from Yahuwah of hosts, which dwell in Mount Zion. When they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter. Should not a people seek unto their Elohim, for the living to the dead?
To the law.
And to the testimony.
Pause. Law and testimonies, make sure it's the same words we just seen. Just for confirmation. Same two words. He said to the law and the what?
Testimony.
If they don't speak,
according to this word,
there is no what?
Light in them.
Now, Paul, tell them what light is, and you finna be amazed. Because it ain't already. It ain't, and when I say amazed, because it's going to tie into some other things.
Shakar, dawn.
Shakar or dawn.
Early light.
Early light or the morning. Now go to Isaiah 14 and 12 and read that and look what it says. Because he said if they don't speak according to this word, that means the morning ain't in them, or the day star ain't in them, or the day spring ain't in them. Now read Isaiah 14 and 12.
Say, how are you fallen from Shamahim, O Lucifer, son of the morning? Are you cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nation?
Now turn around and tell them what morning is there, and I guess you already know from deductive reasoning what word is going to be there.
Shakar.
So he say, you son of the dawn, you son of the morning, the day spring. Now why this important? He said, if you don't speak to the law and the testimony, the day or the morning or the day spring or the dawn is not in you. Now, why is this important? Let's come back to Luke, because we're talking about John the Baptist. That's where we was at on Wednesday. Let me crank it up a notch. We got a lot to do, and I'm trying to get it all done. Not all done, but most of it done. Verse 2, Luke 1.
Even as they delivered them unto us, which from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word.
It seemed good to me.
Also having had perfect understanding.
Having a what?
Perfect understanding.
Having a what?
Perfect understanding.
Of all things.
From the very first.
To what?
Right unto you in order, most excellent Theophilus.
That you might know.
The certainty of those things wherein you have been instructed.
He letting Theophilus know, man, that we need to make sure that you have certainty of what you've been taught. You know what I'm talking about? That's why we do what we do. Is that you have certainty of what it is that you've heard and learned about your God. You know what I'm saying? See, a lot of people get caught up with the name of the organization. The name of the organization is just a classification. You know what I'm saying? That junk ain't really important. You could call it the building if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? That's men that do this. Again, this is the proclivity of men to want to, as Paul put it, I'm of Cephas, and I'm of Apollos, and I'm of Paul, to want to separate yourselves unto this here. They're showing that you're carnal. You know what I'm saying? See, when you see all these brews or they focused on their organization, it just shows that they're carnal. Because that's what carnal-minded people do. Because you're identifying yourself based on where you assemble at. You know what I'm talking about? Those who are of and from Elohim, they don't do such things. They understand the folly of such things. You know what I'm saying? You know why? Because they know that their gathering is to Mashiach. So therefore, all those who are in Mashiach, they know that we're of the same assembly, the same congregation. It don't make no difference. It don't make no difference. You know what I'm saying? That's immaturity. See, a lot of the stuff you see is just grown children. You know what I'm talking about? The way that a lot of people behave is high school and middle school stuff. They just happen to be in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. And because most of us are just as immature as they are, you don't actually recognize the high level of immaturity coming from so-called adults. You know what I'm talking about? But the junk is ridiculous. For people to be that old and that childish. Now, we know everybody can be immature at times when it comes to cracking jokes or doing certain things. But when it comes to a certain level of professionalism, when it pertains to certain things that you participate in, there has to be a level of maturity. There has to be a level of adulthood to be executed for people to understand that this is of a serious nature and you're dealing with professionals and serious men. You know what I'm saying? You say it all the time. Workforces, high school, middle school 2.0. I could believe it in the corporate world. You know what I'm saying? It's just a bunch of grown children. See, a lot of people scream emotional intelligence in these day and time, but most people don't have emotional intelligence because they literally operate at the level of a teenager. Now, truth be told, solid weapons for quiet wars and the protocols of the Elder of Zion has definitely and succinctly stated that they wanted to keep the people thinking on the level of a 12-year-old, 6th grade, 11-year-old, a 6th grade level. So if people really only function intellectually at the level of a 6th grader, by design, then what level emotionally do you think people are functioning on? Because we're being generous saying high school, that's 9 through 12. Most people do not function emotionally at the level of a grown adult. They ain't never seen it. Go ahead. Oh, you good. Come on back. Drop on down. I'm sorry. To verse 20. It's 2 different words for perform. I want to reiterate that. We got to, because I want to get to John 1. We had an hour. I got to crank it up.
Saying, behold, you shall be dumb and not able to speak until the day that these things shall be performed, because you believe not my words, which shall be fulfilled in their season.
Now, sharing what performed is here. Now, it's a different word, performed, that we're going to read about Mary with performance. And we're going to read the song of Mary because I want to. So there's that.
That's general mind. That's to become, to come into existence.
To come into existence or to come to pass. Give me John 14, 29. Real fast. Same thing said in Isaiah, but I'm going to let the Lord say it.
And I have told you before, come to pass, that when it has come to pass, you might believe.
I've told you before
it come to pass,
that when it come to pass,
you might believe.
This is how you know, this is what set Yahuwah apart from everybody else. He said, I'm telling you before it happens. So when it happens, you might know that I am he. That's what he said in Isaiah. He said, go to your idols and ask them. See, this is the one part that everybody tell you, man, the God of the Bible. See, a lot of stuff, y'all got to stop taking it personally. Okay, they don't believe in God. So what? So what? I heard a man say this today so succinctly and perfectly on a video, man. It was a big old woman. I ain't gonna lie to you. She was like, she don't want to be no wife. People got married out of survival. She want to be an Oprah. But what this man told these women was, cool, you don't want a husband? fine. Leave us the hell alone. Meaning, don't come to us complaining about nothing. Don't say why don't nobody protect you. Go over there, live your life. Don't come back 10 years later talking about how, nobody wants to hear that. See, I mentioned that because you know what a lot of brothers do? You want to get mad at her because she don't want to get married. You want to get mad at her because she don't want to have kids. So what? Who cares? Why do you care so much about somebody who don't want what you want? Why do you care so much? If somebody say, I hate your God, okay, fine. I literally seen a video of a lady today say, I hate Jesus, and I'm not going to come serve your Jesus till he smite all my enemies. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, why y'all niggas care? I don't care. I do not care. And when I say I do not care, I genuinely do not care. You know what I'm talking about? If you say I hate your God, everything associated with your God, I don't want nothing to do with him, this, that, that, and the third, then fine. This is comedian dude say, I don't fool with the Bible. It has flaws and all this other type of stuff. And all these people in the comments trying to convince him. Man, I feel just like how David feel when Shimei came blaspheming. Leave him alone. Yahuwah have given leave for him to leave to reproach us. Maybe it'd be well on our benefit. I'm going I don't give a damn. You know what I'm talking about? I don't take that personally. Why is somebody not believing in Yahuwah? Why you take that personally? It ain't like they don't believe in you. Why that bother you? So somebody deems themselves unworthy of salvation. You know what I'm talking about? And that bothers you? Ain't got nothing to do with me. So I think I seen that video. The lady said she didn't want a husband, but then said she wanted a sugar daddy. Yeah, man, big old husky woman, man. But you want a sugar daddy, though. You have to learn something in life, right? Some women don't want to be wives, and some men don't want to be husbands. And guess what? That ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm talking about? That ain't got nothing to do with you. So why you care? Some people want to be saints, and some people want to go to hell. What that got to do with you? Like we were talking to some brothers, man, where he talk about you dust your feet off and walk off. Dudes like, no. Man, the Lord ain't telling you to sit around and tongue wrestle and make somebody believe in him. Go your way then. I look like begging you. I'm going to prove to you. Man, let me ask y'all a question. How many of y'all have ever argued somebody down to believe it? You say trick or treat is always Halloween. Ask yourself this here, man. How many people have you who didn't believe in God or didn't believe what you were teaching that you won them to God by arguing with them every day? How many? How well did that work out for you? Exactly. I ain't saying that to be funny or to be disrespectful to that lady, but that lady was big as Jabba the Hutt. You know what I'm saying? I'm forward talking about width is concerned. Like an unhealthy level. Like that's wild. And for her to say she want to be Oprah, ain't but one Oprah. And as far as some people concerned, allegedly Oprah is a lesbian. You know what I'm talking about? So why would you want to be her? I seen some people made a video, man, and he was like, a lot of women want to be lesbians, they just don't realize it. And I was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? But his point was from a psychological standpoint because they wanted men to behave like women. And the same way how a lot of women on the internet say dudes are physically attracted to women, but emotionally attracted to men, it was in the inverse. Because I don't see too many dudes trying to get women to interact with them like they're friends. But a lot of women of the younger generation definitely want men to interact with them like a woman. And then get upset when he don't do it. Peace, the other die. And we didn't talk about that before. You're always going, if he is a man, you're going to get resistance from that. He does not want to be your girlfriend. He does not want to interact with you in that capacity. He doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't desire to do it. Now, what a lot of women don't know is that's a part of social engineering, for the purpose of emasculating and denigrating any type of authority or strength or power in the men to be able to continue to conquer and rule over society in the way that they desire to do it. Because just like in the garden, man, it's always the same. They always going to go after the women because the women are an easier mark. And then the men will follow behind the women. They know this. It's tried and true. It's a tried and true recipe. You don't change the recipe to the sweet potato pie if it's been hidden. You don't change it up. You keep it the same. What they're saying, people like to say, if it ain't broke,
Don't fix it.
Don't fix it. That's how he operates. Because it works. You know what I'm saying? Because they play on the emotionality that women lean to more often than men. And then the men lean to wanting to satisfy the woman. Easy. It's easy. Man, Satan been running the same game, man. He runs it because it works. You know what I'm saying? Now, when he dealing with men on men, he going to find who? The weaker man. Who's that weaker man? Usually a man that has some type of lust for something or some type of envy. You know what I'm saying? That's all it needs. Just small things to open in the door. Nigga tear down the whole thing, man. Come on with it, man. Give me Luke 1:42.
And she spake out with a loud voice and said, Baruch are you among women, and
That's
Baruch
right.
the fruit of your womb.
That's right.
And whence is this to me that the mother of my Lord should come to me? For lo, as soon as the voice of your salutation sounded in my ears, the babe wept in my womb for joy.
Come on.
Ruth is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Lord.
Tell her what performance means, man. Tell her about the gun line, boss.
That's teleosis, a completing, a perfecting, a fulfillment, an accomplishment.
Now, I want you to remember that, right? There's going to be a completing or perfecting of that which he spoke. Come on, verse 46. Let's hear this song of Mary. If it's a song, what that means, Civic? This is a prophecy. Guess what that means Mary was? It means Mary was a prophet. A prophetess, to be specific. You don't sing a song if you ain't no prophet. That's not how that works. You know what I'm saying? You can sing a song and be Beyonce. That don't mean you no prophet. You know what I'm talking about? We talking about a song. You know what I'm talking about? You read about Miriam singing songs. You can see that. Like, it's not that hard, man. The stuff be in here, be plain. Prophets have a job. That's how you know David was a prophet. But a lot of Israelites don't believe that the songs are prophetic because they're stupid. For no reason. Come on, man. Verse 46. And Mary said,
my soul do magnify the Lord.
Magnify Yahuwah and my Ruach.
Have rejoiced in Elohim, my Savior.
He said, because he is regarded what?
The low estate of my hand.
For behold,
from henceforth all generations shall
Paul,
call me blessed.
Everybody still calling her blessed to this day. Go ahead.
For he that is mighty have done to me great things.
Kadash,
his name,
his mercy
on them that fear him from generation to generation.
He showed
strength with his arm.
He scattered the proud
and the imagination of their hearts.
He had put down the mighty
from seats
and exalted what?
Them of low degree.
He had filled the hungry
with good things.
He sent the rich.
He had sent them.
So you had to go back and we read, hey, open your mouth wide and I'll fill it. Come on. And he had helping
his servant Yasharal.
And what?
Remembrance of mercy.
See, people don't realize she's understanding through this, what she's speaking, that he has helped Yasharal through the remembrance of his mercy. The remembrance of his mercy is contained in his son. He spake to our fathers.
To Abraham.
Excuse me.
And to his seed forever.
And Mary abode
with her about 3 months.
Returned
to her own house.
That means Mary stayed there till John the Baptist was born. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you know John the Baptist was born before the Lord. You know what I'm talking about? Elizabeth was already 6 months pregnant when she got there. Let's continue. Now, Elizabeth.
Full time came that she should be delivered.
And she what?
Brought forth a son.
Come on.
And her neighbors and her cousins heard how the Lord had showed great mercy upon her, and they rejoiced with her. And it came to pass that on the 8th day that they came to circumcise the child. They called him Zacharias after the name of his father.
Clearly, you can see that naming a child after your father was a common thing. Yeah, they do mean the same thing. Go ahead.
And his mother answered and said, not, but he shall be called John.
And they said unto her,
there is none of your kindred that is called by this name.
Paul, again, this is common. Of course, now it's different, right? And number one, in ancient times, when people name somebody something, they named them because your name meant something. It wasn't, oh, this sounds cute. You know what I'm talking about? Or this, that, there, and the third. Or you would carry a name that was accustomed to your family. So people knew that you were of this particular family. Now you have surnames or what you call last names. You know what I'm talking about? This is a common custom. Ain't nobody just randomly naming you like they just taking the mama and the daddy name and putting it together. No, them people didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's how you could see 17 Richards in one family. Because everybody named it, hey, we need to know, hey, man, that's your people. Go ahead, man.
And they said unto her, there is only a kindred that is called by this name. And they made signs to his father how he would have him called. And he asked for a writing table and wrote, saying his name is John. And they marveled all.
Remember, Gabriel told him his mouth wasn't going to be open until he was born. Go ahead.
And his mouth was opened immediately, and his tongue loosed, and he spake and praised Elohim. And fear came on all them that dwelt round about them, and all these sayings were noised abroad throughout all the hill of Judea. And all they that heard laid up in their hearts.
Notice he said all that heard laid up in what?
In their hearts.
Why? What manner?
Of child, this shall this be.
Now they laid it up in their mind. What is tell them what manner is. What type of child is this? What type of custom? What type of deeds? What he going to be doing?
Manner is ara, a Greek interrogative particle that implies anxiety or impatience on the part of the questioner.
These people they worried. They concerned, what type of child is this? And
his father Zacharias was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh and prophesied, saying, Baruch the Lord Elohim of Yasharal.
Pause. Now, Zacharias is singing a song. So there's a prophecy contained in this. Let's continue. Baruch
the Lord Elohim Yasharal, for he had visited and redeemed his people.
And he had raised up
a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David.
Now he's speaking about Yahushua. Yahushua ain't even been born yet, bro. He's not even been born yet. John the Baptist just was born. Mashiach ain't been born yet. Continue.
As he spake by the mouth of his Kadash prophets, which have been since the world began,
that we should be saved
from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us,
to perform
the mercy to our fathers,
and to remember
his Kadash covenant,
the oath
which he swore to our father Abraham.
See, then that's going to take you back to Genesis 12, Genesis 15, Genesis 21. It's taking you back to that. And remember how we were talking about Ishmael and Isaac, and we talked about, hey, that Genesis 15 and 6 is the righteousness which is of the law. All these things is going back to these key components that's contained in Mashiach. That's why he said in Abraham's seed, but not seeds of many, but seeds of one. That seed being a Mashiach, because he said, in you shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Go ahead.
That he would grant unto us that we, being delivered out of the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear.
And Kadash.
And righteousness before him all the days of our life.
And you,
child, shall be called the prophet of the highest.
Now notice, now he prophesying about his son, he'll be called the who?
Prophet of the highest.
But you shall go
before the face of the Lord.
To do what?
Prepare his ways.
To give knowledge
of salvation
unto his people by what?
The remission of their
sins.
This
is something that none of the prophets in the law spoke about. We read certain passages about John. We'll probably rehash some of them in a moment. Go ahead.
Through the tender mercy of our Elohim.
Well, hold on. Whereby the
day spring from on high have visited us.
The what have?
The day spring.
The who?
The day spring.
Don't tell them what day spring is there in this group. Now, this is going to be similar to the Shekar that you heard in Isaiah 14 and 12, and that you heard in Isaiah 8 and 20.
That's Anatoly, that's a rising of sun and stars, or the east, the direction of the sun's rising. A day spring, east, a rising. And you know what, Ryder? The dawn or the rising of the sun. Yeah, that's what I say, a rising of light or dawn.
Or the rising of the dawn or the light. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Say to give light.
Hold on, because this is right. He said the day spring had visited us, right? And what you see in Isaiah 14 and 12, oh, Lucifer, son of the morning, how have you what? That means the day spring has come and visited us. You just seen that the word in Greek and Hebrew be the same exact thing. And that's what son of the morning mean there. I mean, the day spring came and visited us. That means the day came and visited us. And you know how that's important? Because when he said, let there be light, then he said that even in the morning with a what? First day, that would allow what? Life to exist. That very thing you see from Genesis 1 and 1, about verse 5 or wherever that first day in that, day spring then came and visited you. Come on with it.
To give light to them that sit in darkness.
To give light to them that do what?
Sit in darkness.
My God, today.
In the shadow of death. To guide our feet into the way of shalom.
And the child grew.
And waxed strong in spirit.
And in the deserts.
till the day of his showing unto Yasharal.
So that means, look here, that means John the Baptist didn't get showed when as soon as he was born. Because, people say, well, what was Jesus doing? This, that, and the third. They were doing what they were doing till it was time for them to do what they were born to do. See, a lot of people, because you ain't really done nothing in life, you feel like they just did great works from the time they were 5. That's not how they work. That's not how that works. Great men do things to prepare them for the time that they execute in the office of the greatness that they were born for. You get prep, prime, and prepared for it. You don't understand that now because you live in a microwave society that seeks instant gratification. So you don't understand what training, discipline, and commitment looks like over a period of time until it's time for you to do what it is that you were born to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, look here, man. If you end up preaching the word, son, man, you'll look back on your life and you would realize that everything that you experienced, saw, and went through was for the purpose to prepare you for this very day. You know what I'm saying? You won't even realize, man, if you had a strong father and he did all these certain things, man, and then you got faced with a situation, and that is the day that you'll realize that everything your daddy took you through was to prepare you for this very day. The way that you could look at it without fear, without anxiety, with full confidence, knowing that you have the skills, the wherewithal, the problem-solving ability, and the mental dexterity to overcome that obstacle. You know what I'm talking about? That's why you say for those of you who teach to wait on your teaching. You niggas don't want to wait because you feel like, I got something to say. See, that's your pride, that's your flesh, and that's your immaturity. You know what I'm saying? Because a mature man will know when it's my time, it's my time. And then I'm going to maximize that time because I know that I don't have but a short time. Meaning a short time may be 30, 40 years. That's a long time to man, but in reality, that's a short time to get a lot of work done. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't get a lot of work done because you want to play. You want to hang out. You want to have fun. You want to do everything except what you were born to do. I think I told y'all this when I was telling a young lady I know who in the word like this, and she was like, you don't think a man's purpose is his family? No, absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? Because before Adam had Eve, he already had a purpose, which was to till or to work and to labor in the Garden of Elohim. That was his purpose. The woman was to assist him in his purpose. The minute you begin to take natural born things and make them your purpose, that means you putting things before God. You'll never fulfill your purpose. Indeed, Omar, because Joshua waited, Elisha waited, David waited. That's all that, man. David waited a long time before he was king, and Yahuwah had already told him he was king. You got some people be like, you got to pick your successor. Elijah didn't pick Elisha. You know what I'm talking about? Yahuwah picked Elisha and joined Elisha to Elijah. You know what I'm talking about? Moses didn't pick Yahushua, son of Nun. Yahuwah did that. But you know why these men could wait? Because they were humble men anyway. Ah, shoot, I love you too, bro. I ain't got nothing to forgive you for. Like these men ain't had no problem with that. My time will come when my time will come. Until this time, I'll serve my master, because this is what they called these men. See, there was no ego there. See, now we got a lot of ego, man. You niggas want to feel like you're hard and you're tough. And I know where that comes from, because you ain't served your daddy. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what that's like to serve a man who's greater than you because you didn't serve your daddy. You know what I'm saying? And so you didn't look at your daddy as being greater than you to have the thought process that you could serve under a man who you can acknowledge and say, this man is greater than I. Because we know any little boy, if he got his daddy, look up to his daddy, think his daddy is the greatest man on the face of the earth. And that no man can compare to him. He thought in his mind, if I can only be half the man that he is. But most of us don't have that, so you don't have that thought process. I can remember when I was incarcerated, man, these dudes used to cuss out these old black COs, man. And then they were like, man, why y'all say, man, I could never cuss an old black man out, bro. My granddaddy helped raise me, man. You know what I'm saying? I look at this man, to me in my mind, that's like I'm cussing out my granddad. I'm not finna do that, bro. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not finna do that. That's absolutely insane. You know what I'm saying? Most of us don't even know what it's like to sit down and learn at the feet of a man because you never had to do it. You know what I'm saying? Either your mama taught you or you was out there like Jeroboam learning from your friends. So you don't have that level of respect for masculine authority or aged men for that matter. So niggas don't know what that look like. You know what I'm saying? Man, that ain't how it's supposed to be, man. All that stuff is, characterizing this day. That is feminine energy. You know what I'm saying? That's not how men are supposed to be. That's not how that's supposed to go. Come on, man. Oh, that's good. At the end of that, ain't it? So, with that being said, give me Matthew 3:1. We'll read that, then get to John 1.
In those days came John the Baptist preaching in the wilderness of Judea, saying, Repent you, for the kingdom of Shamaim is at hand. For this is he that was spoken of by the prophet Isaiah, saying.
Now remember, we read Isaiah 40 already on Wednesday.
Saying, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare you the way of the Lord, make his path straight. And the same John had his raiment of camel's hair, and a leathern girdle about his loins, and meat was locusts and wild honey.
Now listen, let's go to 2 Kings 1 so you can see why he had the camel's hair on. Also, John the Baptist was a Nazarite from the womb, just like Samson. You know what I'm saying? Just like Samson. So all the same deal. Remember, all of these people represent men who came before them when it comes to certain work, because John the Baptist was a deliverer in the same way that Samson, of course, killed the Philistines to die at their hand, if you would. John the Baptist died at the hands of the enemies of Yahuwah. John the Baptist was delivered up to the enemies of Yahuwah by the hands of Israelites. Like this is a common practice. Israelites always gave up the men who did this, because that's what these niggas do. And when I say niggas, I mean niggas in the literal sense, like ignorant, funky faced bastards. You know what I'm talking about? You just go straight to verse 8. We don't need to read all that. Well, matter of fact, hold on. Make it 5. That just would be an improper way to read a sentence.
And when the messengers turned back unto him, he said unto them, Why are you now turned back? And they said unto him, There came a man up to meet us, and said unto us, Go turn again unto the king that sent you, and say unto him, Thus saith Yahuwah, not because not Elohim and Yasharal you sin, to inquire of Beelzebub, the Elohim of Ekron. Therefore you shall not come down from that bed on which you are gone up, but you shall surely die.
Knowing it's a God of Israel, you want to holler at Beelzebub.
And he said unto them, What manner of man which came up to meet you and told you these words? They answered him, A hairy man.
What type of man?
A hairy man.
A type of man?
A hairy man.
And he was girt?
With a girdle of leather about his loins. And he said, It is Elijah the Tishbite.
Come on back. That's why you see that. Remember, because he coming into power. Get that Matthew 11, man. Give me Matthew 11:5. That's 7.
And as they departed, Yahushua began to say unto the multitudes concerning John, Went with you out into the wilderness to see a reed shaken with the wind? But what went you out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they that wear soft are in kings' houses. But what went you out for to see? A prophet? Okay, I say unto you, you and more than a prophet.
Let me ask y'all this question. How is John the Baptist more than a prophet? Because the Lord just said he's more than a prophet. How is he more than a prophet? What information scripturally would you be able to proffer? Whether it's from Genesis to Malachi or his testimonies in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. What would you proffer to say, this is how we know that John the Baptist is more than a prophet? What would you say?
High priest.
He was not a high priest.
Okay.
He's a family of, he was of the sons of Aaron, but he was not a high priest. What you say over there?
I said because he was preaching the good news.
He preaching the good news? You turn to a white woman right now? What? You lies you told. That nigga don't talk like that though.
But I answered the question, so can you focus on that?
Can you focus on that?
You say because he preached the good news and what else, boo? No, because that's not how you really talk. What you really want from a nigga? That's what you been listening to DMX when I ain't home? Probably. She gonna start barking in here.
That's funny.
What was the second part of? In all seriousness.
I said because he was preaching the good news and baptizing.
And baptizing for remission of sins.
Yes, and because he was able to baptize the Mashiach.
Very well then. Kalisha got Matthew 11 and 13. Run that for me. That's where we reading that. Read me Luke 1:41. That's what said put on him. Look, Johnny say prepare the way of the Lord, like in Luke 1. And then we'll get John 1.
Saying it came to pass that when Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, the babe leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, and she spake out with a loud
Okay, so look, Johnny mentioned the fact that he was born with the Ruach. Ernest mentioned that he was a Nazarite from the womb with the Ruach. Same thing in here. No, he was not an apostle, Kalisha. John the Baptist was not an apostle. That he was not. You know what I'm saying? That he was not. There's mentioned John 1:1. And the reason why he was not an apostle, because John the Baptist did not receive the witness from Genesis to Malachi while he was alive. That information had not been imparted. And when it was imparted, John the Baptist had long been murdered, assassinated, martyred, if you will. Because John the Baptist only had knowledge of that the Lord was coming and it was his job to prepare the way. Remember, because he said the law and the prophets was until John, now the kingdom in heaven is preached. You know what I'm talking about? So as it stated, he prepared the way. So him preparing the way made him greater than a prophet. You know what I'm talking about? Though he was a prophet at the same token, but he doesn't get the apostle. You can say apostle. You say he's a malik, a messenger, but we couldn't say that he was an apostle, ambassador, messenger, because he did not have that information. Reason being, Acts 19:1. And this will show you the difference, Kalisa, between his and the Lord's. That's right. And he was turning hearts, which is different because the prophets did not do that. Remember, we'll read that too, because that's mentioning how he would come in. We're going to get all of that. Matter of fact, I'm going to read that part with Luke and Malachi first. So what Brother Ernie mentioned say, so just like the 12 or greater, yeah. No. It's all right. It's all right, because it'll lead. It worked out well regardless. It's not a bad thing. So in Luke 1:16, 1:15. For he shall be great in the sight of Yahuwah. He shall drink neither wine nor strong drink. He shall be filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, even from his mother's womb. And many of the sons of Yasharal shall he turn to Yahuwah their Elohim. And he shall go before them in the Ruach and power of Elijah, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the wisdom of the righteous, to make ready a people prepared for Yahuwah. Now, what Gabriel just told them is what it says here in Malachi chapter 4 and verse 4 is where I'll begin. Remember you the law of Moses, my servants, what I commanded unto you in Horeb for all Yasharal with the statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of Yahuwah. And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children and the heart of the children to the fathers, lest I come smite the earth with a curse. What a lot of people don't realize is when you look at Elijah's ministry, remember it was his job to turn the hearts of the people back to Yahuwah when they were worshiping Baal. You know what I'm talking about? So nevertheless, let me see the rest of them. Say maybe you could say he was making a straight path. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the Lord's job to make it plain. But he was making a straight path. You know what I'm talking about? Where I got you that, Civic?
Acts 19:1.
Acts 19:1. Listen to this.
And it came to pass that while Apollos was at Corinth, Paul, having passed through the upper coast, came to Ephesus, and finding certain disciples, he said unto them, have you received the Ruach HaKodesh?
Have you what?
Received the Ruach HaKodesh.
Have you what?
Received the Ruach HaKodesh.
Since you
believe.
What they say?
He said unto him, we have not so much as heard whether there be any Ruach HaKodesh.
What happened after that?
And unto them were you baptized? And they said, unto John's baptism.
And to whose baptism?
Unto John's baptism.
To whose baptism?
John's baptism.
What else?
Then Paul said, John truly baptized with the baptism of repentance.
He tried with the baptism of what?
Of repentance.
With what?
Of repentance, saying unto the people that they should believe on him which should come after him, that is, on Hamashiach Yahushua.
But what else?
When they heard, they were baptized in the name of the Lord Yahushua.
And
when Paul had laid hands upon them, the Ruach HaKodesh came on them, and they spake with tongues and prophesied.
So that's the difference of why we'll see that John, because John didn't have the information with his baptism, and he's going to actually say that. We just ain't read it yet. He's actually going to say that. Are people born with the Ruach today? I would say no, because there's only one testimony of one person in this book who was born with the Ruach in the womb, and that's John. You know what I'm talking about? No one else has that witness or testimony. You know what I'm talking about? Nobody. He's the only one in the book. So, and he's born with that for the purpose of the job that he was coming to do. You know what I'm saying? But as far as anyone, there's nobody in this book who has that testimony. So that's not something, because that's not something that your life would have to verify that. And if you participated in any sin, then we already know you weren't born with it. Because if you're born with it, you ain't sinning. You know what I'm saying? Once you got it, you're not sinning. So if you're born with it, you ain't commit no sin. You know what I'm talking about? This is not how that works. That's not how any of that works. You know what I'm talking about? When you get onto it on a particular level, you know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. He said, I'm the one that he mentioned was the apostle because he had something before the others. Yeah. He just didn't have the witness. Remember the key point to the apostleship is the witness. You know what I'm saying? He was bearing witness that there was one to come after him that was greater than him, but he didn't have the witness. You know what I'm talking about? That these are the things written in the law of Moses and in the Psalms and in the prophets concerning me. He ain't had it. Yeah, he ain't had it. He had to get that when the Lord went down in the grave and hit the spirits in prison off with that, because he died before hearing that. He didn't have it. You know what I'm saying? He had an explicit and specific job to do, and that was to prepare the way. You know what I'm saying? Get the people ready for the Lord. You know what I'm saying? See, when Moses came through, Moses didn't get the people ready for Yahuwah per se. He did, but he didn't. You know what I'm talking about? Because that means somebody would have had to come before him, and that's what the false prophet is with the beast. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's what the false prophet is with the beast. That's exactly who he is. He's preparing the people to believe. He's trying to play his John the Baptist. This made me take some 9:30 at night talking about leaving some trash. I ain't been on 63rd, man. I ain't been over there to leave no trash. Don't leave no trash. You better look at them people who around there. How the hell I'm gonna leave some trash?
What the hell she been with you?
Yeah, I ain't been over there. That nigga, they're crazy. Come on, man. Where we at with it?
You go with the Acts 19 room.
Yeah, and the difference is and we go to Matthew 3, because John the Baptist is about to enumerate that. See, remember, right? He's doing go ahead. Where you at, Matt? What?
Who's
3
that?
and 3?
We just read verse 4.
Yeah, go ahead. Matthew 3 and 5.
It say, then went out to him Jerusalem and all Judea and all the region round about Jordan, and were baptized of him in Jordan, confessing their sins. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees come to his baptism, he said unto them, O generation of vipers, who have warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Bring forth therefore fruits meet for repentance, and think not to say within yourselves, we have Abraham to father. For I say unto you that Elohim is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees. Therefore every tree which bring forth or not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Ruach HaKodesh and fire.
You heard that? That's the difference. Because John didn't have access to that. You know what I'm talking about? Continue.
Whose fan in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner, but he'll burn up the chaff with the unquenchable fire. Then come Yahushua from Galilee to Jordan unto John to be baptized of him. But John forbade him, saying, I have need to be baptized of you.
Now, of course, this goes to the other part, how he's greater than a prophet, because he baptized the Lord, as Boot did mention.
And come you to me? Yahushua answering said unto him, suffer now, for thus it become us to fulfill all righteousness. Then he suffered him.
Then he what?
And then he suffered him.
Listen.
And Yahushua, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water, and lo, Shawahims were opened unto him, and he saw the Ruach of Elohim descending like a dove and lighting upon him.
Come on back to John. Let's get back to John. We was in John Wednesday. Let's come on back. Now, 29. Now he's about to, matter of fact, John 1:1. I'm sorry. Because Darius mentioned that we were going to read John 1:1 anyway.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. The same was in the beginning with Elohim. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
In him
was light, and the life was the light of men. And the light shined in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from Elohim.
A man sent from who?
Elohim.
His name?
John.
Now, remember, Yahuwah is sending John for this explicit purpose. He's sending John for the explicit purpose to prepare the people for the Son of God. You know what I'm talking about? Now, if you wanted to look at the aspect, because Aaron came with Moses, but you always got to remember how many witnesses you need to establish a matter. Now, read them John 5 and 33. 5 and 30.
I can of my own self do nothing. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just, because I seek not my own will, but the will of the Abba which have sent me. If I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true.
If I bear witness of my who?
Of myself.
My witness
is not true.
What else?
There's another that bear witness of me, and I know that the witness which he witness of me is true. You sent unto John, and
you sent unto who?
Unto John,
and he
bear witness unto
now
the
remember
truth.
When he bear witness unto the who?
Unto the truth.
Remember, John bear witness that the Mashiach was coming. He didn't bear witness like the apostles bear witness of the Son of God, as the scripture has said. He didn't do that. You know what I'm talking about? He bear witness, as we're going to read in John 1, that he's the Lamb who come to take away the sins of the world. And then you remember, some of John people went to following the Lord once John made that proclamation. You know what I'm talking about? And of course, we'll read what he said, he must increase and I must decrease. Because his job was just to get the people ready, and then he slide on out the way. Matter of fact, continue, because we got to finish Matthew 11.
Keep going into John 5.
Yeah, keep on.
He said, you sent unto John, and he bear witness unto the truth, but I received not testimony from man. But these things I say that you might be saved. Because
that's the difference when we look at John. He was a man. He said he don't receive testimony from man. Listen.
He was a burning and a shining light, and you were willing for a season to rejoice in his light. But I have greater witness than of John.
He said, I got greater witness of John.
The works which the Abba have given me to finish, the same works that I do, bear witness of me that the Abba have sent me.
That's good. He said, John said he was watching a video about the history of Christianity and the Reformation and how there were many arguments over scripture and proper understanding of the book. It's amazing how it played out, and we get understanding from what? Would you say to someone who says wicked men curated a book? Ain't nothing you can say to somebody who believe man has something to do with it. Man, look at me. You know how many arguments on Clubhouse people had with that? Ain't nothing you really can say. Yeah, either they gonna believe that it's men who were inspired by the Ruach Hakodesh, or like the dude who I told you, the comedian, was like, he don't read the Bible because King James was wicked. Like, people really think King James wrote the Bible when King James version is the version that he commissioned to be written in English, to be translated in English, I should say, because most people don't have the common sense to understand that the book of Yahuwah was not written in English. You know what I'm saying? It's very few people, and that's where you're like I said, your scholarship and your academia will come into play. People who are, because matter of fact, Stanley mentioned this earlier. You'll have people who will mention that you won't find 1 John 5 and 7 in original manuscripts in Greek of the Epistle of John, which is what Trinitarians use to justify their stance. But for me, whether it was there or not, I never derived Trinity from that, because we're looking at, I understand the book. So when you say there's three that agree in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Ruach, 2 to 3 witnesses must a matter be established. And my witness is in heaven and my record is on high. And then you got what he's saying in John, I got a greater witness than John. You know what I'm saying? So my Father bear witness of me, the Ruach HaKodesh bear witness of me, and the prophets who prophesied of me, and then I bear witness of me through the actions that I did in fulfilling what my Father put in these prophets by his Ruach HaKodesh to bear witness of me, to show forth that I am the Son of God. Because then after that he says the water, the blood, and the Ruach. And he say, and the testimony of God, the witness of God is greater than the witness of man. You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple. But when you want to take a 1st to 2nd century teaching of a Trinity, which is a doctrine of men, then you're going to find whatever verse that they use to justify that stance. Because we talked about, when we just did a brief, this was months ago, about the Godhead. You dig? Like, Godhead don't even mean what these dudes trying to tell you that it means. Because they see Godhead, so they think this means separation. That word in Greek don't even define to that. It don't even define to that. But it's, hey, man, you know, it is what it is. They say, guess it's similar to Nebuchadnezzar king. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Some of that stuff is to, like I say, when you deal with academia, you would already know. The quote-unquote Hebrew Bible wasn't written in English. So guess what? When in 1611, do you think the whole world was speaking Hebrew? No. No, they weren't. You know what I'm saying? The New Testament, for the most part, was written in Greek. So it's going to have to be translated in a language that these people can read. You know what I'm talking about? You can't, niggas is so dumb, you can't walk around and hand somebody. So now you speak Mandarin Chinese. Here, read this book in Koine Greek. Here, read this in Hebrew. Come on, man. It's the same way that people had to go about their ways of translating the Emerald tablets and the Sumerian tablets, you know what I'm talking about, into English, because, nigga, you don't speak from this Phoenician dialect. Matter of fact, that's not even a dialect from the pictograph that these people use. You know what I'm saying? You reading books about the 42 laws of Ma'at and all this stuff, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Nigga, that wasn't written in English. But see, nobody says that about any of these other ancient texts. You know why? Because most of these ancient texts don't condemn their behavior. You know what I'm talking about? See, when you pick up that Bible is condemning your behavior. So now you have a problem with that, because this particular comedian's issue was somebody said something to him about premarital sex because he just had a baby and he's been posting about this baby. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't know if nobody said something to him, or maybe he saw something and he was convicted. But we didn't talk about this before. The process of premarital sex scripturally was, if you laid with a woman and she wasn't married, you either married her or you left her alone if her daddy said no. Do you know what I'm talking about? Because we just had, like, they were not running around slinging, just having, because that's going to defile the land. Because we just had this conversation yesterday when somebody said, well, what is fornication? Fornication is any illicit sexual activity. You know what I'm saying? It's just not confined to you're not married and you're having sex. You know what I'm saying? It's just not confined to that. It's confined to if you are having an orgy. It is not limited to if you are running a train on a woman. If you have sex with a woman and her sister, if you had sex with your mama or your auntie, if you had sex with a woman when she was on her cycle, if you committed adultery, if you committed bestiality, if you participate in homosexuality, all of these things are contained under that umbrella. It is any illicit sexual behavior, period. Now, of course, when you read the law, it said there be a woman who was not betrothed and you lay with her, you will endow her to be your wife. You know what I'm saying? If you had sex with that woman, you had to marry that woman unless her father said no. Now, we don't live in a time where people are betrothed virgins from their father. So how do you operate that justly and righteously? If you jumping on top of that woman and you not married, you need to marry that woman or leave her alone. You know what I'm saying? But see, some people don't want to hear that. Oh, you changing the goalpost. Nah, man. Understand the spirit intent of what the man got going on. Okay, you laid with the woman. All right, cool. You gonna marry her? Once you go, what you having sex with her for then? You know what I'm talking about? Tuck your penis and go home and leave that woman alone. You know what I'm saying? Because can't no man in 2025 be walking around here talking this, that. You already know these women ain't virgins when you meet them. You already know that. So unless you want a virgin, then there ain't no need for you to talk about it. Because don't talk about, you ain't no virgin, so you got to deal with it. No, because if you want a virgin, then don't marry a woman who's not a virgin. It's that simple. I don't know what's wrong with these dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not castigating you if you want a virgin, because some people want to ridicule a man. If a man want a virgin, that's his business. You know what I'm saying? That ain't got nothing to do with me. But what I'm mentioning that is you have some men who in the word who feel like a woman who is not a virgin, she has to take this, and this from him because she's not one. My remedy for that is if you wanted a virgin, then you should have just not married a woman who wasn't one. That's it. It's not that hard. You know what I'm saying? These make stuff more difficult because they busters. He said, what would you say if someone is dating someone and they slip up and lay with another female? I would say that you're horny. Because you don't slip up and lay with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Just being 100%. Ain't nobody in the history of mankind ever slipped up and had sex with anybody. Now, I will say this here. You may have been in a situation where it wasn't your intent to do that when you arrived. But boy, you made a conscious decision to enter into that woman's womb. I can tell you that. You know what I'm talking about? So if you were dealing with a woman, man, and you done had sex with another woman, you don't need to deal with neither one of the women. You need to go sit down somewhere and get yourself together. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I tell you. Straight them down. If you say you were dating somebody, and see, that's the biggest problem is you niggas be dating. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't believe in that at all. And I didn't before the word. You know what I'm saying? What is dating? What does that even mean? Nobody asked themselves what it meant. You just went along with it because that's what everybody doing. And they told you that's what you were supposed to do. And you didn't question it. But let's see what Webster says dating is. Webster says dating is a stage of romantic relationship where two people regularly spend time together, often with the intention of assessing their compatibility as potential partners in a future intimate relationship. It involves social engagements, either alone or with others, to get to know each other better and potentially lead to a more serious commitment. Sound like hunting to me. To evaluate suitability for long-term relationship, going on dates, which can conclude various social events like dinner, movie, and outings. Depending on the individuals involved, dating can range from casual encounters to more a committed relationship, not always sexual. While dating may lead to sexual intimacy, it doesn't necessarily require it. You know what that leads to? Disappointment, heartbreak, and whoredom. Because in any of that described, that's not how you get to know somebody. That's how you get to play around. And what it keeps you in reality, and you can see it on all these dating shows and all this stuff that these people post, it keeps you in a constant state of immaturity. Because you hear all these grown people who talk about dating, they sound like they're still in high school. You know what I'm talking about? And these grown people. You know what I'm saying? These ain't 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. These are 30, 40, 45-year-old people. Talking about ain't nobody taking me on no date or such. I know it's not you. I'm talking about ain't nobody taking me. If you're trying to get to know somebody for the purpose of marriage, what you need to go anywhere for? You would be sitting down and seeing, are you compatible in certain areas of life? Not sitting over no dinner. I told you that a couple weeks ago. How many of y'all really got to know somebody eating dinner? Some of y'all done been to barbecues with people. I bet you ain't get to know them niggas while you was out there. You know why? Because you was focused on eating. But it's the fact that you think that you can get to know somebody. But how you get to know somebody at the movies? You're watching a film. Is you talking to each other about? So what your life visions is? No, you're watching, you know what I'm saying? Avengers Endgame right now. You're into the film. And you know what you're going to do when y'all leave? Talk about the film. Then you know what you're going to do after that? I'm kind of hungry. Where you want to go? You're not going to talk of anything of any substantive value because you just got entertained on a middle school level. Like, come on, man, be serious with yourself. He says somebody I know got in this situation. I had the same response. I don't. Either you broke dating or no, but see what I'm saying is dating does not lead to the intentionality of if you desiring to be married to someone. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't really, it does exactly what it is. You lead to see if we can be intimate. Can we hang out together and then maybe bump our loins against each other? I got to explore my options. You know what I'm saying?
But they ain't dating one person.
Mm-mm. It doesn't lead to, and again, throughout, one thing I can say about this generation, and when I say this generation, I'm really talking about maybe the last, they have definitely, I'll say the last 60 to 70 years, they have definitely changed what has worked over the course of human history and said, we don't want to do that no more. You say a walk in the park would be more logical. Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. A walk in the park ain't gonna be even gonna do it. Man, if you want to get to know somebody, you actually have to be around them in real life situations. You know what I'm saying? Because to get to know somebody, how do you know them? You're not gonna know them by conversation per se. Now the abundance of heart, you know what I'm saying? The abundance of the heart, the mouth do speak. But to get to know someone, you actually have to be around them in actual life situations. You know what I'm saying? But we, as men, you're not told that this is how you should measure a woman. You know what I'm saying? You should see how she deals with life. That's when you're going to know who she is. You know what I'm talking about? Because, boy, in a conversation, boy, you can tell whatever story you want to tell. Just like a man in a conversation, he can tell whatever story he want to tell. You know what I'm saying? So to get to know somebody, you need to be around them in life. And that's who you're going to see. That's why people say when you live with somebody, you find out the real them. Man, look here, man, if you would actually move with intention to actually get to know somebody, how you really know human beings, you would already, the only difference is you'll be like, okay, this nigga dropped his drawers on the floor. I didn't know he did that. You know what I'm saying? But you don't know. You find out when you live with you never really knew this nigga. You never really knew her because you weren't, everything you did was fun or leisure. There's no way that you can get to know somebody in leisure activities. You know what I'm saying? That's insane. That's what these people done told us. And then you let your kids do this in high school, middle school. And you wonder why your daughter's a whore and your son is an idiot. You know what I'm talking about? Because she done got her heart broke. She got some emotional trauma. And now she want to solve it by looking for somebody to love her. Now she giving her body away. You know what I'm talking about? Like all this type of stuff, man. Hell no. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Don't let your kids do no stupid junk like that. He said, what would you suggest to get to know them properly? Life. You know what I'm talking about? Like real life stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Not just when you round this person, everything is a leisure activity. You're never going to get to know somebody. When you want to get to know somebody, that means you know them by experience. That means you have to experience life with them. And that happens over time. You know what I'm saying? Now, some people tell you, a man knows when he knows. That's all that. That's that movie stuff. And goofy niggas say that. I knew she was my wife the moment I met her. How you knew she was your wife when you met her? You don't even know this woman. You know what I'm saying? Now, some people, they get married in 3 months and they stay married for 30 years. You know what I'm talking about? And you got some people who knew each other for 10, get married and be divorced in 2. So, you know what I'm saying? Is there a magic formula? I think not. But I know this here, man. Man, it takes a couple years to really know somebody for real. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's looking for, their Disney moment. You know what I'm saying? I never believed in any of that because I knew that was a fantasy. That wasn't reality. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, man, you want to see how this woman cooperates, how she handles conflict, how is her ability to communicate when she's upset. You know what I'm saying? Is she a caring individual? Is she kind? Not just saying that she caring and kind to you when she just want to do something for you. Is she caring and kind, period? You know what I'm talking about? Is this man, is he ambitious and a visionary in his own life before you met him? You know what I'm saying? These are all the type of things that you have to look at, because when you get to know somebody, you want to know their character. Remember, your character is what you do. Your personality is who you are. Most people are drawn to people's personality, but you don't take the time to get to know their character. And then you say, this person pretended and they lied to me. One thing is for certain and 2 things for sure. You cannot hide your character because your actions will show it every single solitary time. You know what I'm saying? There is not a single part of a person's character that their heart can hide, because it's only so long that fake thugs can pretend. Their behavior is going to show it. You know what I'm saying? It's going to show it. You know what I'm saying? Some people fake their personality, but personality is who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like that's different. See, a lot of people, they like people with great personalities and bad character. You know what I'm saying? That's what people's problem is. You like the personality and you're disregarding the bad character, and then you want somebody to feel sorry for you because you disregarded the bad character because they had an engaging personality. That's how people get caught up with false preachers. Oh yeah, adversity I always say 2 ways. Adversity also when you say no. Yeah, adversity is always going to show the mettle of anyone. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to show the mettle of anyone. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to get to know somebody, you need to get to know their character. And you only get to know them. What did the man tell you? By their fruits, you shall know them. So you have to look at their character. You have to be able to separate. Now, I think it might be harder for women to separate a man's personality from his character, because I think some women in this society confuse the 2. You know what I'm saying? I think for men, the difficulty is the level of physical attraction he has for that woman. He will ignore her character because he wants to be able to be intimate with her on a consistent basis. So you have to get to a state of maturity in life that as a woman that you have to separate his engaging personality from his character. You know what I'm talking about? Because that character is what you got to pay attention to. And I don't care how nice her mammary glands are, or how much you like that gluteus maximus, high shake and sway, and these hips and all that there, and how pretty she thinks she may be. Well, she shows you she got bad character, man. She shouldn't even be worthy enough for you to lay with her. You know what I'm saying? And that's what a lot of the problem is. You don't value your seed. So you'll lay down with a woman who don't even deserve to be had sex with. I don't care how pretty she is. I don't care how fine she is. You know what I'm saying? The woman is showing you by her character, she doesn't deserve to be with you in this capacity. You know what I'm saying? It's no different with no woman. This man showing you certain character. Why are you giving vagina to a nigga who don't have a job? We've talked about this plenty times before. Your vagina is not going to be good enough to make this nigga want to go get some money. If he didn't want to do that before he met you, your vagina is not going to do it. Your vagina is not going to make him want to serve God now. It's not. It's really not. No, I haven't, Sister Regina. I have not. I don't think I have the capacity to write anything of that sort. Maybe I do. You ain't the first person to mention that. Maybe not on that topic, but yeah, man, you can't do that, man. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You have to. But see, you know why? It's hard for people to separate their lust from their decision making. Remember, lust in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It's three different types of lust in this book. It's something that you desire, but you have bad things that you can desire. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people problem. This is not a gender thing. This is a human thing. You have a difficulty of separating your desires. So therefore, when you desire something so much, you will see what you want to see. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna see what you want to see. You're going to tell yourself, you know what? I know I'm supposed to be cutting calories right now, but you know, they use sativia, not real sugar. I think I can eat that cake. You're going to tell yourself whatever it is that you want to tell yourself to justify in your mind of participating in the object of your desire. You know what I'm saying? And this is why Paul wrote in Ephesians 5 that you have to crucify your affections and lusts. This is why Jeremiah told you that the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. This is why Paul told you in Romans 7, and my lust arose and it deceived me and it slew me. You know what I'm saying? Because your desires will lie to you and take you over here. And then when your desires lie to you and take you over here, you want to blame the person because it's easier to blame them than to take accountability that you lied to yourself. Because most of the time when you have interactions and you be mad with people, you don't really be mad with them. You be mad with yourself. You know what I'm saying? For because you knew that I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have went over there with these niggas. I already knew I was investing quality time in people in places that I didn't even need to be. You know what I'm saying? Going along to get along, following the crowd, peer pressure, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be. All of these things play a role. You know what I'm saying? And then when you continually participate in this type of behavior, this is how it erodes away at what we talked about earlier this evening. And that's the love that you have for yourself. Because once you have a string of making bad decisions, you know what I'm talking about? You begin to start to doubt yourself. You start to lose confidence, and then you don't love yourself properly. And now you feel like you deserve negative outcomes, and you go chasing after negative people, places, and things because you don't believe that nobody should love you or you should have anything positive. And that ain't good. That ain't good at all. You know what I'm saying? Indeed, that is why it's hard for some people to forgive because they can't forgive themselves. And some people can't forgive it's just because they grudge holders. Do you know what I'm talking about? They just why I bump that nigga. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you something, man. Yeah, it is, Joseph. It is. Let me tell you something, man. Don't hold no grudges, man. You holding grudges, that junk ain't hurt nobody but you. Because whoever you hold that grudge again, they don't know it. They around here floating light as a feather. They don't give a damn. You walk around here mad, carrying all that extra baggage. You know what Erica Badu told you. Bag lady, you gonna miss your bus. You know what I'm talking about? Because you carrying all that stuff. But she wasn't talking about no lady carrying no bag. You got all this baggage in your life. You can't get nowhere because you need to leave it. But you trying to take it with you. You got all this stuff you can't even travel light. You see when your forefathers left out of Egypt, they ain't leave nothing but the staff and the shoes on their feet. You don't need to carry all this stuff out of here with you. It's gonna weigh you down. You know what I'm talking about? That's why he say the sin and the put aside the weight and the sin that easily besets you so you can run the race with patience. You're carrying too much stuff. You can't get nowhere. You got to travel light. You never know when you might have to, I got to get up out of here. You know what I'm talking about? You can't get up out of here, so I need to pack. You're like, oh, man. Come on with it, man.
You go with John 5.
What verse? 37.
Mm-hmm.
Read it again.
He said, now of himself which have sent me have borne witness of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time nor seen his shape.
Come on.
And you have not his word abiding in you. For whom he hath sent him you believe not.
And search them.
Scriptures.
For in them.
You think you have eternal life.
And they are they.
Which testify of me.
See how that worked it back to the first John 5:7. Now, you see how that to the law of the testimony. You see how you bind up the testimony and seal the law amongst my disciples. Come on back to John 1, man. Read verse 6 again. We ain't even got close to what we need to do. When we go, Lord willing, we're going to get there.
So there was a man sent from Elohim whose name John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all through him might believe. He was not that light, but sent to bear witness of that light.
He was set to do what?
Bear witness of that light.
John the Baptist is the only person who came and directly bear witness to the Son of God. He's the only person who did that. Go ahead.
That was the true light, which light every man that come into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came unto his own, and his own received him not.
That's good, right? Now he said how he was the true light. You did? And he light every man that come into the world. Now let's return to verse 29.
The next day John seeth Yahushua coming unto him and saith, Behold the Lamb of Elohim, which take away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I said, After me come a man which is preferred before me, for he was before me.
Yeah. Hold on. Back that up, right? Verse 7, right? Give Joseph the definition of bear witness. It's going to be pretty much the same. You did? Shalom, brother Shaul, man.
That's martureo, to be a witness, to bear witness, to affirm that one has seen or heard or experienced something, or that he knows it because taught by divine revelation or inspiration. So
he's bearing witness to this because he was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, that he could bear witness of the Son of God to come later. And that in that particular instance. You know what I'm saying? A lot of instances a bit different, but specifically for John. You know what I'm talking about? This is why when Mary came in and heard her voice, this is a sign that he had a ruach, because how can a fetus in the womb know who this is for them to leap for joy? You know what I'm saying? How is that possible? Because the spirit that's inside that child know that this is the vessel of which the Savior of the world is going to come through. You did? Come on, read me verse 29.
To the next day, John seen Yahushua coming unto him and said,
Indeed, Joseph.
Behold the Lamb of Elohim, which take away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I said, After me come a man which is preferred before me, for he was before me.
Hold on. Shaul said it seemed like it's going to be the year to crash out. Shoot, these boys been crashing out. But I think he's talking about those two attacks that went down, man.
One
in Vegas. Because they say Buddy shot himself before that junk detonated. So I guess he felt like he wanted to take a couple people with him, I guess. I don't know. That junk, they were great. Come over here to Genesis 32. I'm not gonna see which one I want right now. 32 and 16 is right.
And he delivered into the hand of his servants every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me.
He told his servants to do what?
Pass over before me, and put a space between drove and drove.
I just want you to know this Jacob talking. You know what I'm saying? Because go before me, because that which is coming after me is preferred before me. Continue.
And he commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau, my brother, meet you, and ask you, saying, Whose are you? And where go you?
And who are these?
Before you.
Then you shall say,
They be your servant Jacob's, that is a present sent unto my Lord Esau. And behold, also he is behind us.
He's what?
He is behind us.
My God, today. Come on.
And so commanded he the second and the third and all that followed the drove, saying, On this manner shall you speak unto Esau when you find him. And say, Moreover, behold, your servant Jacob behind us. And he said, I will appease him with the present that go before me, and afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept of me.
He said, the present that what? Go before me. Now let's come back to John. John 1 and 29 one more time.
The next day John see Yahushua coming unto him and say, Behold the Lamb of Elohim, which take away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I said, After me come a man which is preferred before me, for he was before me.
And I knew him not.
But that he should be made.
Notice he said he what?
Knew him not.
He knew what?
Knew him not.
This is how you know he's not an apostle in the vein that the 12 are. You know what I'm talking about? Continue.
But that he should be made manifest to Yasharal.
Therefore,
and I come baptizing with water.
And John
bear record saying, I saw the Ruach descending from Shamahim like a dove, and it abode upon him.
I knew him what?
Knew him not.
But he that sent me
to baptize with water, the same said unto me, upon whom you shall see the Ruach descending, and remaining on him, the same is he which baptized.
So this is again how because he's not an apostle, because he was sent on a mission, but he wasn't sent on a mission teaching something that no one had ever taught outside of preparation, because he didn't even know who this man was. And this is his cousin. And this is his cousin. And not only just his cousin, this is his first cousin. So you know what that means? They weren't even raised together. Go ahead, man.
And I saw him bear record that this is the son of Elohim.
Ain't that what we just seen in Genesis? Continue, but it's some more.
Again, the next day after John stood and two of his disciples, and looking upon Yahushua as he walked, he said, Behold, the Lamb of Elohim.
And the two disciples
heard him speak, and they followed Yahushua.
Paul, they did what?
Follow Yahushua.
But come over here to Yahushua, son of Noon, chapter 4. Four and 1.
And it came to pass when all the people were clean passed over Jordan, that Yahuwah spake unto Joshua, saying, Take you 12 men out of the people, out of every tribe of man, and command you them, saying, Take you hence out of the midst of Jordan, out of the place where the priest's feet stood firm, 12 stones, you shall carry them over with you, and leave them in the lodging place where you shall lodge this night.
And Yahushua
called the 12 men whom he had prepared of the children of Yasharah, out of every tribe of man.
Yahushua said unto them,
Pass over before the ark of Yahuwah your Elohim into the midst of Jordan. Take you up every man of you a stone upon his shoulder, according unto the number of the tribes of the children of Yasharah.
Go ahead.
That this may be a sign among you when your children ask, in time to come, saying, What mean you by these stones?
Then you shall answer them.
That the waters of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah, when it passed over Jordan. The waters of Jordan were cut off, and these stones shall be for a memorial unto the children of Yasharah forever. Children of Yasharah did so. Yahushua commanded, and took up 12 stones out of the midst of Jordan, as Yahuwah spake unto Yahushua, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Yasharah, and carried them over with them unto a place where they lodged, and laid them down there. Yahushua set up 12 stones in the midst of Jordan, in the place where the feet of the priests which bear the ark of the covenant stood.
That's correct, Darius.
And they are there unto this day. For the priests which bear the ark stood in the midst of Jordan until everything was finished that Yahuwah commanded Yahushua to speak unto the people.
Ain't that's what John the Baptist was doing? He said, hey, read that part again. What verse you in? I did miss. I remember verse 10. Come on. Say, for the priest did what?
Which bear the ark stood
that's
in the midst of Jordan.
That's what John the Baptist is doing. He's bearing the ark in the midst of Jordan until what?
Everything was finished that Yahuwah commanded Yahushua to speak unto the people.
And then the people did what?
According to all that Moses commanded Yahushua, and the people hasted and passed over.
That's what the men did, right? After everything John needed to do, they hasted and what? Crossed over. Went to walking with him. Go back to Matthew 11 and 13. Yeah, he definitely didn't have the food. He just had his pork. Always remember John the Baptist is the preparer. You know, he's like the prep man at the restaurant. At KFC, you had a prep cook. They made all the coleslaw, got all the mashed potatoes together. You know what I'm talking about? Put all the biscuits on the pan. So the person who work on that side, they can just scoop them up in the packs and send them up front, throw the biscuits in the oven. You know what I'm talking about? That's what John the Baptist's job was, to prepare the people for the Mashiach.
Just baptize them and get them ready.
Get them ready. Come on.
For all the prophets in the law prophesied until John. And if you will receive...
Well, hold on, back to 7. We read all that again. Then we come to John 3.
And as they departed, Yahushua began to say unto the multitudes concerning John, When went you out into the wilderness to see a reed shaken with the wind? But what went you out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they that wear soft are in kings' houses. But what went you out for to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet.
More than a prophet.
For this is of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before your face, which shall prepare your way before you. Truly I say unto you, among them that are born of women, there have not risen a greater than John the Baptist.
Said everybody born of a woman, ain't nobody greater than John.
Notwithstanding, he that is least in the Malkuth Shamahim is greater than he. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the Malkuth Shamahim suffer violence.
Suffer what?
Suffer violence.
Now that's when he tell you the dominion, those who are of God suffer violence. That's just how it's supposed to be. That goes back to the conversation we were having about Ishmael and Isaac. That's just how it goes. Of course, you don't see that in your day-to-day life because ain't nobody trying to do nothing to you. You know what I'm saying? And most of these dudes who say somebody trying to do something to them is because they provoke violence. You know what I'm saying? You trying to entice someone to respond in a particular fashion. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, it's not the same violence as the time of Noah. The violence in the time of Noah is the same violence that you see going on in the earth right now. When he say the kingdom of heaven suffer violence, he talking about those who come in the name of God are being killed. You know what I'm saying? How they killed the prophets. You know what I'm saying? He said, I'll send you apostles and wise men, and you shall slay them. Yeah, man, that's suffering violence. You know what I'm saying? You know, violence during the time of Noah, just niggas were killing.
Everybody was wicked.
Everybody just wicked, you know. And they just put this out there, you know, they ain't gonna get a lot of fanfare. A lot of people like, JSO didn't do it. But either way, homicide rate in the city went down 50%. Now you have these ebbs and flows, because I ain't gonna lie to you, you know, late 90s, early 2000s, it wasn't as it was bad, but it, you know what I'm saying? But from like 2005 to like 2009, oh man, these boys were killing at a high rate. You know what I'm saying? And then it dipped, and then it took off again. You know what I'm saying? For 4-5 years straight. Yes, sir. And then it dipped. You know what I'm saying? But last year, you know, they said it was 162 murders, and this year it's like 80. Now you'd have to look at we in the city that on record has about 900,000 people. That's a lot of murder. But then when you take a city like New Orleans that got about 500,000 people, and they be having 200 murders. And see, that might not sound like a lot. That's a lot of murders. You know what I'm talking about? Relative to the population. You know what I'm saying? Like people will say, it's 300-400 murders in Chicago, but it's like 3-4 million people who live there. So when you take that as per capita, it ain't that bad. You know what I'm talking about? That means that it's isolated to particular areas. You take a city like New York that's got about damn near 10 million people in it. You know what I'm saying? Got a whole bunch of people in New York City. And they used to have a time period where they would have, just before you were born, like 3, 4, 5,000 murders. That's a lot of murders. You know what I'm saying?
We start getting some thousands. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, you have to look at it relative to the population.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about like in the 80s and early 90s in New York City, they had a lot of murders. Like it was bad. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at that, meaning that if you lived in these cities with that high level of per capita, that means that some of us wouldn't be here because you would have probably been murdered. You know what I'm saying? And for the city to get under 50, to be like, all the niggas dead, they in jail. You know what I mean? Could be, and also shoot. Man, everybody ain't with this junk no more. You know what I'm saying? Because to be honest with you, it's always somebody willing to take somebody's place to do evil. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a lot of the boys is in jail. A lot of them boys is dead. You know what I'm saying? But then you give it a cycle for with the younger kids coming up behind them, and then they crank up. But you know what I'm saying? But anytime you're looking at a period where that junk go down, who gives a damn what caused it? It went down. And that's all that matters. You know what I'm talking about? Man, when you look at violence, man, truth be told, America is not as crime riddled at this point in time in history as these people would like to get on TV and social media and lead you to believe. You know what I'm saying? Niggas are scamming now. They doing different crimes. You know that regular standing on the corner selling drugs, killing nigga type stuff? Man, look at, man, this ain't the 80s and 90s, man. That junk don't go down like that no more. Just imagine, if we had social media, man, when crack first came out, people lost their mind, man. They were killing in the 80s. The late 80s, early 90s, was a lot of killing going on. I'm talking about a lot. All across the country, too. You know what I'm saying? Because they would draw stuff. Imagine if they had social media during the time of Miami, and Miami during the time of the cocaine cowboys and all that. Do you understand how many people were being killed? The reason why you believe in your mind that stuff is so bad is because you can pick up your phone and get on Facebook and see anything at any time. And that there's 24-hour news cycles. So you're seeing it all the time. To the point that people, y'all niggas act crazy about kids going outside playing by themselves. Do you understand that we played outside by ourselves the entirety of the 80s? Not know you had the states where I could see you. Nigga, we gone at 6. You know what I'm talking about? Not at 16, 6, 7 years old, man. Ain't nobody talking about where you at. Man, them street lights hit on, boy. You better make sure you on your way back to the house, man. You know why? Because in reality, wasn't nobody snatching nobody churn like that, man. Ain't nobody snatching nobody churn like that now. But they got you scared, keep your kids in the house. You know why? Because it causes them to be antisocial. It causes them to be socially awkward. It doesn't tend to them to have the proper social skills and the emotional ability to interact with other human beings. It allows them to be mentally and emotionally stunted coming into adulthood, which makes them easily manipulated and controlled. You know what I'm talking about? This is all a purpose. Human beings have always interacted freely. People don't even interact with each other no more. Do you understand how many of these kids are socially awkward? How many adults are socially awkward? And we think that's cool. You cannot progress in life if you don't want or can't talk to other people. Okay, boom. You can be an introvert. That's fine. But if you want to do anything substantial in your life, you're going to have to know how to communicate with other people because other people don't give a damn about your introversion. When it comes to, you know how many people, successful people are introverts, man, but they know how to communicate and interact with people to get things done because this is necessary. You have to know how to separate that from your personal life and when you need to do what it is that you need to do. And most people don't know how to do that. And they some people use the fact of being an introvert for the cover that you're scared to go out here and be an adult. You know what I'm saying? You're scared to be able to go out here and interact with people in a particular fashion to be able to accomplish your goals because you can use that as your fail-safe or why you're not successful in what it is that you want to do. You know what I'm saying? You use that as a means to not take the chances and risks that need to be taken in order to be successful. Well, you know I'm introverted. I don't want to hear that, nigga. You're 35. If you don't know how to get up and talk to people as an adult to facilitate business and you using being an introvert, nigga, you just a scared little boy. That's what you is. You are a child. Because nobody don't want to hear that. Nigga, I don't like talking to these people. You know what I'm talking about? But about that bread, though, okay. I talk to a lot of people about that bread. I go to a lot of people. I don't want to be around all these people about that bread, though. About what it is that I want to do. I'm finna go out here and I'm finna talk to these people, man. This is what needs to be done. Be a goddamn adult for once in your life. Stop being a coward. You know what I'm saying? That junk is ridiculous. That junk sound cool when you 16 and nobody want to hear that when you 30. Nigga, be an adult. Grow up. So I was just talking about that with my homie. Criminals getting dumber too. Shoot. Criminals ain't getting dumber. That nigga was dumb before it started. You know what I'm talking about? But that's another conversation. So that's why being an introvert is the thing now. So also got to be careful with that word because it becomes synonymous for selfish. It's introvert. I was looking it up a while ago. My God, today. So you just talking about your cousin. You wasn't about that drug dealer life. Man, a lot of people ain't about being no criminal, man. Ain't nothing cool about that, junk. You know what I'm talking about? It ain't what you think it is. I'm going to tell you something, man. Drug dealing ain't glamorous. That's just how they put it on the movies and TV and the music videos so you can be entertained. Man, that junk like any other job. That junk boring as hell. You know what I'm talking about? And anything can go down at any time. You got to watch out for the police. You got to watch out for niggas who don't like you. You got to watch out for the niggas sitting with you. Do you know what I'm talking about? But at the end of the day, that junk just like any other job. You get up and you go to this spot, you do what you got to do, and you go home. And most of these dudes junkies. So a lot of these dudes ain't even hustling to get no money. They hustling to maintain their ability to get high. I seen all that junk, man. You know what I'm talking about? These boys junkies. You know what I'm saying? And they want to get some money to trick off on some women and come back. And what make it different is you getting the money in your hand right then. So then most people get in their mind, well, I can just make it back tomorrow. Because everybody think drug dealers got money. All drug dealers ain't got no money. That's still a business. You still got to have some business sense. And you still got to have access to be able to have a large quantities of your merchandise at a good price to sell it to make a strong amount of profit. Most people ain't got no plug. Everybody ain't sitting around talking about some squares. That's why Pimp C, you niggas talking about some squares. You niggas lying. These niggas ain't touching no squares. These niggas buying 10 rocks at a time. Couple ounces here and there. That junk is not what y'all think it is. Of course, you ain't gonna know because you ain't around it. You ain't never been in it. It ain't what you think it is, man. These boy, most of them boys, man, they making, some of y'all making more money than them. And not because they just wasting it away. Now, it's a different game out here now because these people don't smoke crack no more. So I don't know what they do with the prescription drugs. You know what I'm saying? But I sold crack. And people don't use that no more. You know what I'm saying? I just seen some white boy, News for Jack, put up that got caught with 167 pounds of weed. Now they gonna lock this white boy up for this 167 pounds, and you can go all these corners into the dispensary and get it. And that just go to show you it ain't legal. You still can go to jail. Don't let that dispensary and you can smoke it recreationally make you think you good. You going to jail. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you going to jail because you got to do it according to their rules and parameters. And I think there's something wrong with that weed they selling. I'm glad I don't smoke. I'm dead serious, man. Man, if the government is sanctioning marijuana, man, that's something about that marijuana ain't gonna be good. That junk gonna be some more different stuff. Niggas gonna have lesions on their lips. Your lungs gonna be all messed up. No, because you know they gonna spray it and you man. Look here, I thank the Lord I don't smoke no weed. Okay, that a long time ago. You had that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be sleepy all day, just stay up all night. That's all marijuana doing. Remember, it's a depressant. All it does is slow down your nervous system. So you have to ask yourself, why are you using outside things to affect your nervous system? You know what I'm saying? That's straight up stupid. Saying that powder junk ain't even real. You niggas around here smoking flock out there. Y'all niggas gonna be out here biting niggas' arms.
You gonna go to sleep. Your body gonna become dependent on it. Then when you don't have it, you can't go to sleep.
Now some people can't eat if they don't smoke. If they haven't been smoking weed for so long. Mama Steph say staying up all night works. Definitely. That's what man. Look at when I was smoking weed, I was like, man, niggas just spending money to be sleeping. So that's all it making you do it, be tired. You may not want to go to sleep, but you feel like, and guess what gives you the same effect? Heroin. Because heroin is a depressant, it slows down the nervous system. Say you don't trust the white man, but you smoking his weed. These people throwing up dispensaries all through Jacksonville. I done clean one. Throwing them up. Come get it. All types of high security for it. Because they know you niggas gonna come in there and steal their weed. But I steal it, they trying to protect against getting robbed. I don't know why, because I don't think nobody in there paying cash. I know ain't nobody going to no dispensary paying cash. You know what I'm talking about? You already know what they're doing. It's 2025. You know what they're doing.
Shit.
Tap in. Nobody coming in here, I got 1,000. That's not happening. Come on, man. You be real. Come on with it. Where we at with it, man? Uh-oh. Go mom.
You go with Matthew 11.
Yeah, keep on where you stop at.
Verse 14.
Go ahead.
Saying, if you will receive, this is Elijah, which was for to come. He that have ears to hear, let him hear.
Now, he let you know he's Elijah because he the one to turn the people back. Because that's what Elijah did in function. John chapter 3, verse 22. I know we referenced 1 Samuel, but there's some stuff about that Shakar that we want to start looking at. And it'll help with the John the Baptist. And I'll give you a debrief version of what I was talking to my homeboy about, man. They hit me about it.
Saying, what he have seen and heard that he testified, no man received his testimony. He that have received his testimony have set to his seal.
That's not John 3 and 22.
After these things came Yahushua and his disciples into the land of Judea, and there he tarried with them and baptized. John also was baptizing in Aenon near to Salem, because there was much water there, and they came and were baptized.
But John was not yet
cast into prison.
There arose a question
between of John's disciples and the Yahudim about purifying, and they came up to John and said unto him, Rabbi, He that was with you beyond Jordan, to whom you bear witness, behold, the same baptized, and all come to him.
John answered and said,
a man can receive nothing except it be given him from Shamayim.
You yourself
bear me witness that I said, I am not the Hamashiach, but that I am sent before him.
That I'm what?
Sent before him.
Come on.
He that hath the bride is the bridegroom, but the friend of the bridegroom which stand and hear him rejoice greatly because of the bridegroom's voice.
That's right.
This is my joy, therefore is fulfilled.
He must
increase,
but I
decrease.
He
that come from above is above all.
He that is of the earth
is earthly.
He that speak of the earth.
He that come from Shamayim is above all.
And what he have seen
and heard that he testify,
and no man
receive his testimony.
He that have
has received his testimony, have set to his seal that Elohim is true.
Now you see how he say, bind up the truth and seal the law amongst my disciples. See, when you receive this testimony, people don't realize when you receive the testimony of the Son of God, you set to the fact that the Father is true, that he gave a true word, that he gave a true word through his Ruach, that same true word came through the mouth of his prophets who he used in the ministry of a similitude, to minister in similitudes, I should say, as Jose put it. You know what I'm talking about? That's what people don't realize. So when you look at preaching the Son of God, which of course on this app, people want to argue about it all day long, like Old Testament don't mention Jesus. Okay, it don't then. You know what I'm saying? Like when somebody say that, bro, I'm not finna argue with you, bro. I'm talking about me personally. And the reason being is they're not going to want to have the conversation that I'm going to have. I'm not saying that out of any level of pride, condescension, arrogance, or anything of the sort. The way that we attack, and that you young men who've been around here for a long time have been trained to attack that conversation, is not the way that they're accustomed to having that conversation. So when you're talking to someone about a topic and they're accustomed to having that conversation in a particular way, and you're approaching that conversation from a diametrically opposed position that they may have never experienced, like they thought they've experienced it, but they haven't experienced it, it's going to lead to a level of frustration for you that you're not going to want to participate in, because they're not going to take the time to listen to what you have to say. They're going to be condescending, deriding, and disrespectful in their retorts back to you. And that's when you have to remember what the Lord told you, to not cast your pearls before swine. You know what I'm saying? Do not give these parables unto men of an impudent and hard heart. Don't do it. You know what I'm talking about? What is that? Matthew 7:6. Read that for me.
To give not that which is Kadash unto the dogs.
Pause. Tell them what dogs is, man. You can give them Kadash also.
Kadash is Hagios, the most Kadash thing, a saint.
The most sanctified thing. Yahushua is the most sanctified thing because he is the word. And the word that comes from the Father is the most set apart thing. What is a dog?
That's Kuan, a dog, or metaphorically a man of impure mind.
This is a man of an impure mind. You can't give the most sanctified things to a man of an unclean mind. See, that takes you back to what we read earlier on, it was in my mind, I just forgot. That the things that are the Ruach are foolishness to a natural man, and that the brutish man cannot understand that. Now, dog and Deuteronomy is something that's contemptible. I'll look at that in a minute. That's Caleb. You know what I'm saying? When you see dog in Hebrew, that's talking about something that's of contempt, something that's abased. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like something of little to no value. Continue.
Ask and it shall be given you.
Hold on, but read the other part.
Oh, I definitely skipped over it. It said, neither cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn again and rend you.
Now tell them what swine and pearls is. Now pearls is what I mentioned the first time. These are parables. Remember, because the preacher was wise, he set in order many proverbs to set these parables in order.
That's Margarites, a pearl, a proverb, a word of great value.
A proverb or a dark saying, or this is a prophetic word or something of great value. He said, don't give it to swine. What is that?
Poiros, a swine, a hog.
And if it's a swine or a hog, this is something that is defiled. You can't give something of great value to something that is not going to appreciate it. See how that go back to the thing I mentioned earlier, how a lot of ladies give their body, which is of great value, to men who they should not have gave it to. That a lot of men have given their seed, which is of great value, to women they shouldn't have given it to. You know why? Because you didn't appreciate the value of it, so you felt like you could give it to everybody. And that's how people treat this man word. This man word is extremely valuable. And you are not just supposed to give it to anybody. See, we don't understand that because we don't have a level of self-respect and love for ourselves that you're supposed to have. What do I mean by that? When you love yourself and you respect yourself, you don't beg, push, or prod anyone to see the value that you have to offer. Once you show forth your value proposition, because I know some people say, I ain't showing nobody my value. See, I know you're going to be a bad business person. You an idiot. You know what I'm talking about? Because even when we went to Jack's Bridges, which is an entrepreneurial course at the Jack's Chamber of Commerce, and they have you draw up two things, you know what I'm saying? And one of those things is a value proposition. Remember, value is the things that you add. So as a business, you would want people to know this is my value proposition. If you come into business with me, this is the value that I could add to you. See, this is another way how you get to know somebody. See, a value proposition in these terms is immature people saying, what do you bring to the table? You know what I'm saying? But they don't know how to properly communicate on, sir, what is your value proposition? Ma'am, what is your value proposition? As a woman, if you don't think that you're supposed to add value to somebody's life, you're not fit to be a wife. As a man, if you don't feel like you're supposed to add value to those who you come in contact with, you can't even say you're a man, much less a husband. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to add value. You don't get to know somebody if they can add value to you hanging out at the fair. Again, that's immature. You know what I'm saying? You don't even realize, man, that these people have kept us in a perpetual state of high school as grown adults. We're grown adults dating, talking about when somebody can't take you. That's kiddie stuff. We're grown adults who get offended when somebody asks you, even though I would not say, what do you bring to the table? Because that's just not the proper way to communicate that question. You don't know how to properly communicate that question. So you don't even know how to properly ask somebody, what value can you add to my life? Now you're offended because this person wants to know, how can you benefit my life? Oh, it ain't supposed to be transactional. You're an idiot if you think you're supposed to come in somebody's life and there's no benefit that they're going to get from you being in it. And that you think that you're supposed to benefit from somebody, but yet you yield no benefit in return. You got to be absolutely idiotically stupid. Because this man said that the woman would be a helpmeet. That means this is the benefit that she add to this man, but this man has something to help her, for her to help him with. Therefore, she gets to benefit from the assistance that she's leading to him. This is a transfer of value, people. And if God himself has ordained that, who are you to be offended by someone asking you, what value can you add to my life? Because this is what I got going on. This is the value I'm going to add to your life. You a selfish bastard. You ain't fit to show love. You ain't got no love in you. Because that shouldn't offend you as a mature adult. That should be a question where you would be like, if the person didn't ask it, you would see by the things that they coming about, they're trying to measure what that is. But you know what you let people tell you your value are? Your ability to pay bills and your ability to toot your booty in the air and your ability to clean the house and cook some food. That ain't no value, man. That's just standard living. And if you think a woman is valuable for you because she can toot her booty in the air and make you some grilled chicken, whores can do that, man. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about stomp down, dirty foot, whores can do that. Women do something totally different. And you have to know the difference. And guess what? Most dudes don't know the difference. You know what I'm talking about? They don't know the difference. A whore can give you cooking, cleaning, and coochie. A woman is going to add value. And we ain't talking about that. I can make your house a home. I don't want to hear that stuff, man. This is not Luther Vandross. You understand me? This is not a Hallmark movie. That's not what this is. What? Because you want a man to add value. Women will sit down and lay down with a nigga who, indeed, Sister Jadina, the virtuous woman, added value. But guess what? For her to add value, that man had that, because it said her husband was known in the gates. If he's known in the gates, that means he's not only adding value to his household, he's adding value to the community. See, a man has to add value past his household. You know what I'm talking about? So it's different. A woman doesn't necessarily have to add value past her household unless that's what she wants to do. Because you have to remember that, gentlemen. Don't try to make a lady be something that you want her to be if that's not what she want to be. You know what I'm saying? Don't get mad at her because she say, hey, I want to work and get out here and get it. And you want to talk down. What you mad at? If that's what she on, that's what she on. If that ain't what you want, then don't fool with that. But guess what? What do we live in? You try to make people be what we want them to be when they telling you this is what I want to do. If that woman want to run a business, man, let her run it. If it's going to benefit you, why you care? If she's saying, hey, I want to do this. I want to go out here and I want to flip toilet paper with shoes. Flip it then. You know what I'm saying? But 9 times out of 10, she had to already be on that before you met her. You know what I'm saying? You don't want nobody who just I want to try 5, 6, 7 different businesses all the time. That's somebody who can't stick to nothing. They're going to blow all your money. You know what I'm saying? Now you're going to be broke living in a van down by the river. You don't know nothing about that. That's for y'all time, man. That man been dead a long time, but he was funny though. You know who I'm talking about? You know who I'm talking about? You don't know Chris Farley? But what movie Chris Farley was in with that white boy David Spade? I can't think of none of their movies. She gone. Oh, she went. Yeah, Joe. I think he was dead. Let me see. I just have to do. I think he was dead by that time. Chris Farley was on drugs. Big fat white dude. You know what I'm saying? It was on
They said Tommy Boy.
Tommy, that's it. Tommy Boy, that's one. So live. Tommy Boy. Chris Farley was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? They was on Saturday Night Live together. Black Sheep, that's absolutely hilarious. Dude was funny. I'm talking about dude was funny, but he liked to get high. You know what I'm saying? He said, didn't he die? Let me see. I think he OD'd. Yeah, that motivation. So you be in a van down by the river. That white dude was hilarious, bro. He is buried in Resurrection Cemetery. Ain't that a heck of a name? He was found dead by his younger brother in his apartment in Chicago at age 33. Uh-oh, look at that's Illuminati. It said he died of an overdose of cocaine and morphine, commonly known as a speedball. Man, they used to call it speedball, heroin and cocaine. But boy, you was a stone cold junkie, boy, you speedballing. I tell you that. You know what I'm saying? Speedballing? Well, you gotta be a different type of dude that mix cocaine and heroin together, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a different type of high. I never want to get that high. It's bad enough you're on cocaine. You want to mix it with some other stuff. One thing I can say, boy, I thank the Lord I never got on drugs. I smoked marijuana. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never get on drugs. I'm talking about drugs. Man, when them boys started popping X pills, man, about 99, 2000, I'm like, y'all boy taking white people drugs. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing I used to say. I said, y'all on white people drugs. Black people don't use this type of stuff. These boys smoking it in their weed. You know what I'm saying? And these boys started taking prescription pills. I said, y'all doing too much for me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already all smoking booms. You know what I'm saying? It come in here smell like somebody smoking crack. You know what I'm saying? You got a nickel bag of weed. You know what I'm talking about? A nickel in the blunt and a quarter worth of cocaine on that boy. You smoking crack. You know that's how Richard Pryor burnt himself. He was pre-basing. You know what I'm saying? They would cook it up on a spoon. Well, you smoking crack. Yeah, John Belushi died from a speedball too. So did. Man, probably the stuff they were seeing in that business, you probably get on the speedball too. You know what I'm talking about? And we be wanting to push our kids to that stuff, man. You want them to be an athlete, an entertainer, all that stuff, to be around people who want to. You cracking jokes about Puffy, but then you want to push him over there with a nigga like Puffy gonna play with his booty hole. You know what I'm saying? And it sounds funny too because you ain't seeing it. But then you recall everybody you know who was in that frame of life, who were in it, they don't like to talk about nothing. You know what I'm saying? You go to talk about that stuff, like, I don't want to talk about that. Well, damn, nigga, what did you see? Look at all them child actors, man. Them niggas scarred. You got Orlando Brown saying, you seen Charleston White clown the man and say you ain't stopped them his ex from playing in your booty. Come on, man. I'm talking about pulling you in straight opposite directions, an upper and a downer. That's like when you used to mix brown and white, didn't you? You used to go out there and do that, then. Mixing brown and white.
Not together. Like
Not together. I wasn't even talking about alcohol. I was talking about cocaine. Look at you. Not for real. I was talking about alcohol. Yeah, they tell you that cocaine, brown break you down. The white get you high. You heard that before? How you know that?
I said I heard that.
Who you been hanging with? I'm gonna tell your mom. Come on, you ain't supposed to be hanging with people who know that type of stuff. We thought we knew you. I don't even know who you are anymore. Go ahead.
You go with the Matthew 7?
Yeah. Come on over here to Psalms 30 and 1. He said, mix the coffee with the weed. That ain't nothing. You just drink coffee. All that means is your breath will stink. You know what I'm talking about? You drinking weed and smoking weed and drinking coffee, your breath good and stink. You know what I'm talking about? Like, ooh, that boy had to keep a pocket full of this. You know what I'm talking about? Coffee itself make your breath stink. You smoking behind it? Lord have mercy.
No, nigga, mouth was dry. Extra dry.
Yeah, that's why his breath stink.
I'm just thinking about
Stay off talking about what? Look here, man. That's what my homeboy used to say when we were young. And he say, baby, he say, Fred, boy, your breath stink. And he say, but the reefer gonna kill it. Hey, man, we used to be clowning when we were young, man. You know what I'm talking about? Not my nigga. He damn so used to say that stuff too. He said, the reefer gonna kill. I said, boy, that ain't gonna kill that, boy. Your breath gonna be even stinking. You gonna smoke a cigarette after this. You know what I'm talking? Oh, man. But thank the Lord for the word. Come on with it, man. Psalm 30 and 1. I said 30. It's 31. I'm sorry. Is it 31? No, I was right the first time. 30 and 5.
Say, I will extol you, O Yahuwah, for you have lifted me up and have not made my foes to rejoice over me. O Yahuwah, my Elohim, I cried unto you, and you have healed me.
I cried unto you what?
You have healed me.
And you brought up my soul
from the grave.
You brought up my soul
from the grave.
And you kept me what?
Alive.
That I shouldn't do what?
Not go down to the pit.
Sing unto Yahuwah.
O you saints of his.
Sing unto Yahuwah.
O you saints of
and
his.
Give what?
Thanks.
Give what?
Give thanks.
Give what?
Thanks.
At remembrance of his what?
God.
You should always give thanks at the remembrance of the Son of God that redeemed you from death. You ought to give thanks. Continue.
For his anger, a moment.
But his favor.
His life.
Pause. In his what?
In his favor.
In his law.
In his favor.
In his law.
In his favor.
In the commandments.
In his favor.
In his precepts.
In his favor.
Tell him what favor is, man. And life, since we're talking about it.
Favor is rason, pleasure, delight, goodwill, acceptance.
His acceptance is life. Kai.
Mm-hmm.
Who accepts, that's life. And you don't get it. What Abraham didn't get accepted because of no law in Genesis 12. Where was it at? See, people want to look at that. It said in his favor, there is life. That's why I say it's a gift. It's by grace. Because that's his favor. That's his acceptance. Remember, you can see that, pause. You ain't got to go get it. But you can see that in 2 Chronicles where Hezekiah, when the people were not sanctified according to the law to keep the Passover, and he prayed that Yahuwah would pardon them and accept them, and Yahuwah accepted them, even though they were contrary, because the acceptance is not according to the law. The favor is with Yahuwah. That's what, and this is what we're going to get to when my homework asked me about, man, when we get to that aspect of what it means to have a perfect heart. See, the law is perfect in shubing your nephash and turning your soul, but it don't make you have a perfect heart. You know what I'm talking about? because that comes from something totally different. You got to actually believe Yahuwah to have a perfect heart. You have to trust Yahuwah to have a perfect heart. You have to hope in Yahuwah to have a perfect heart. That's what set Abraham apart. Matter of fact, read them Acts 26 and 18, what this man say, man. Look at what he said. Did the Lord talking, by the way, and then when he talking to Paul.
To open their eyes, to turn from darkness to light, and the power of Hashatan unto Elohim, that he may receive forgiveness of sins and inheritance among them which are sanctified by faith. That
sanctified by what?
By faith.
By what?
By faith.
By the law.
By faith.
By who?
By faith.
That is in who?
In me.
My God, today. See, when he says sanctify them with the truth, your word is truth, that man wasn't talking about no law, man. Because you know them boys like to run to Psalms 119, the law is the truth. Man, that's not the truth he was talking about sanctifying these people by. Abraham wasn't sanctified by that. He was sanctified by faith. People don't want to hear that because that's that Christian stuff, and you're going to find yourself Christianly, merrily going to hell because you don't believe. You know what I'm talking about? Psalms 30 and 5, one more time.
For his anger, a moment, and his favor, life. Weeping may endure for a night,
but joy
in the morning.
Tell them what in the morning is there, man. Some of y'all grew up singing that, didn't I? Didn't though.
Morning is boker, morning.
Now I want you to see the difference, right? Because that's a different word there. That's the usual word for morning. You know when the boys come in talking about boker told. They told you that before? Pacific don't know nothing about that. He said, what's funny, after Joseph kept the law and did sleep with the woman, and he still went to serve time. So did. He did time in the pen. Oh, well, praise Yahuwah, man. Let's see what other part. Come over to Psalm 57, man. Psalm 57. Psalm 57 and 1. And after that, Songs of Solomon. Because I see we had 3 hours, and I still feel like rocking and rolling, but that would just be I don't think it's uncourteous, but that wouldn't be courteous to just take this 3.5, 4 hours. I'm not gonna do you like that. But come on.
Say, be merciful unto me, O Elohim, be merciful unto me, for my soul trusts in you. Yea, in the shadow of your wings will I make my refuge until calamities be overpassed.
Till calamities be what?
Overpassed.
What else?
I will cry unto Elohim most high, unto Elohim that performed for me. He shall send from Shamaim and save from the reproach of him that will swallow me up. Selah. Elohim shall send forth.
Oh, hold on. Don't run past it. He said Selah. I mean, you got to pause. You got to consider. Read verse 3 again.
Say, he shall send from Shamaim and save me from the reproach of him that will swallow me up.
Elohim shall what?
Send forth his mercy and his truth.
Now notice that he said he'll send forth his mercy and truth, and John told you that grace and truth came by who? Now remember, this is Kasad Amav. Remember, this is goodness, kindness, faithfulness. That's Kasad. And you know what Amav is? Faithfulness, steadfastness, reliability. This is what he said he gonna send. Man, ain't tell you he gonna send no law, man. That's right. And then he showed kindness to his fellow prisoner when he was in a state of persecution and tribulation of no fault of his own. This is why Peter says that if you suffer and you did nothing wrong, that's acceptable with God. You know what I'm saying? He said, because what good is it for you to complain when you get buffeted for your faults? You notice that people do more complaining for getting beat upside their head for the stuff you did. You did that to yourself. Come on, Psalm 57, man. Read me verse 3 again.
He shall send from Shamaim and save me from the reproach of him that will swallow me
up. You know who that
up.
was to him that's going to swallow you up? Death. So he sent from Shamaim, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are fallen from heaven, the son of the dawn, the day spring. You know what I'm talking about? He going to send him forth. Go ahead.
Elohim shall send forth his mercy and his truth. My soul is among lions. I lie among them that are sick.
Now, pause. I didn't mention this here with the Psalms 30 and 5 that Weeping may endure for a night, but joy come in the morning. Obviously, that's the Luke 24:15. What manner of communications are these that you are sad? Remember, they came into the sepulchre as it began to dawn on the first day of the week, early in the morning, because their joy came in the morning, though that weeping endured for a night. You understand? It's the same token of even with the Lord himself being even sorrowful unto death, but his joy came in the morning upon him rising. So that's how you just have to look at that sometime, man. At every rising of the sun, his mercies are renewed day by day. That's what Jeremiah told you. But let's continue.
My soul among lions, I lie among them that are set on fire.
Even the sons of Adam,
whose teeth spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword.
Mm-hmm.
Be you exalted, O Elohim, above Shamayim, your esteem above all the earth.
Your esteem is above what?
All the earth.
And that's why the sun ascended unto heaven, because the esteem is above all the earth. And they have prepared
a net for my steps.
My soul
is bowed down.
They did the pit for me.
In the midst whereof they are fallen themselves.
The same grave that they set for the Lord, they fell in it when they said, let his blood be on our who? Children's children. Come on with it. My heart
is fixed.
My heart is what?
It's fixed.
Tell them what fixed me, man. And this is the point that we're going to get to with Amaziah, what I was talking to my homeboy about. Go ahead.
This is coon, to be firm, to be stable, to be established.
Man, your inner man got to be firm. That's why we have to deal with things that speak comfortably to you or speak to you. How the law can't make your heart be fixed. To him, it's not possible. Continue.
I will sing and give praise.
Awake.
Up my esteem.
Awake.
Psaltery and harp.
I
will awake early.
Tell them what early means. See, this would take you to Genesis 49 if you wanted to.
That's your car again.
And that's that day spring. So I ain't gonna lie to you. I got about 2-3 more hours in me, but I can't do you like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. I ain't even being funny. You know what I'm saying? Right now, usually in my mind, it'd be like, okay, I ain't even nothing that switched in my brain like it's time to stop. But we got to stop. But listen, right? He said awake. Tell him what awake means.
That's to rouse oneself, to awaken, to incite.
To incite. Now go to Genesis 49 and 4 and read that. Because see, these boys will tell you that. See, that means that's the American Negro. You idiot.
Unstable as water, you shall not excel.
Okay, 5. It was 7 or 8. Because that's something. Because see, they were talking about Dinah. We were talking about Dinah the other day. And they were talking about was she defiled. And she was. Because Secham laid with her, and it literally said he defiled her. Because she was not betrothed to him. That was not his wife. And she was a virgin. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm going to tell you something. It's a defiled behavior to lay with a woman and you're not married to her, but technically you can't defile a woman who is not a virgin in the capacity that Dinah was defiled. Understand what I'm telling you now? You can both of you have defiled yourselves. Do you know what I'm talking about? If you do that. But the difference with Dinah was a virgin, so this man defiled her. You know what I'm talking about? And this is why Reuben and Simeon murked him. Because at the end of that chapter, they say, should our sister be a harlot? Because Buddy laid with her, then he wanted to marry her. And then Jacob told him, man, go ahead. And what Jacob was concerned with is, it's more of them than us. I don't want no problem with them. But shoot, Levi and Simeon was like, man, bump that junk you talking about. You know what I'm saying? Sweet, we'll kill all them niggas, man. Why they got to healing up after they get circumcised. But I understand why they did that, because they're like, nah, bro, you disrespected my sister, bro. Because if you wanted to marry her, bro, you could have just did that first. You ain't have to lay with her. You know what I'm saying? You ain't have to do that. You let your lust get the best of you. Look where it got you. And it show you how that type of behavior lead to death. You know what I'm saying? You can't come back. You can't do certain stuff and then say, I want to come back and keep the law and think that that's going to be kosher. Because he knew what he was doing. Go ahead.
Verse 8, Yehuda, you whom your brethren shall praise, your hand in the neck of your enemies, your father's children shall bow down before you. Yehuda, a lion's whelp, from the prey, my son, you are gone up. He stooped down, he couched as a lion. And
who shall what?
Who shall rouse him up?
That's that same word. Who from the tribe of Benjamin? I'm trying to think of well, let me know specifically what you're talking about. Now, this is talking about who's going to raise him up. Who's going to incite him? Who's going to awaken? His father did. Because this is talking about the resurrection of the dead. Because this is talking about Mashiach. But I just wanted y'all to hear that part with the insight. But again, we talking about the early, the Shakar, the breaking of the day. Mm-hmm. And I want to come to Songs of Solomon 6. And we'll stop with the breaking of the day there. And I'll talk to you what I was talking to my homeboy about. Songs of Solomon 6:1.
Where's your beloved?
And we're gonna run down because I know probably a lot of people probably don't deal with his testimony out of Songs of Solomon. You know what I'm saying? But I've heard people tell you Songs of Solomon talking about performing coniglius and fellatio and getting freaky. Anybody who think that this passage is dealing with a nigga being a freak is a nasty bastard. No, Reuben laid with his mom. Yeah, one of Jacob's handmaids, and he defiled his father's bed, which is about the same thing that people believe Ham did with Noah. You know what I'm saying? When they say it uncovered his father's nakedness, meaning he had sex with his mama. You know what I'm talking about? Which, of course, you see that when Paul was writing that in Corinthians about it's commonly written among the Gentiles about, you know what I'm saying, having sex with your father's wife. Like, you got to be a different type of dude to do that. You know what I'm saying? Songs of Solomon 6. Whither
is your beloved gone?
Oh, you fairest among women.
Where is your beloved turned aside?
That we may seek him
with you.
Notice that they talking about, listen when they say, my beloved
is going down into his garden.
My beloved
is going down into his garden.
To the bed of what?
Spices.
To feed.
In the garden.
And to gather.
Lilies.
Listen, didn't that woman anoint this man with spices before he died? Didn't this man go down in the garden in a sepulcher where no man had ever been laid? Remember, death came in the garden, so life came from one. See, people disregard that. Number one, he was betrayed in the garden in John 18. You can read that. The same way that there was betrayal in the garden in Genesis 3. And then you can read in John 19, he was put in a garden in a sepulcher where no man had ever been laid. The same way that Adam was put in a garden that no man had ever worked or tilled. You say, you understand we were talking about that a while ago, that we see Egypt was on the same type of time, knowing the seed line. They be knowing, man. People know. It is what it is. But come on with it.
You are beautiful, my love.
You skip verse 1, verse 3.
I, my beloved, and my beloved is mine. He feed among the lilies.
I am my beloved, and my beloved is mine. Because he loved those that love him. You know what I'm saying? And he say, and if you will confess him, he will accept you. Let's continue. You are
beautiful, my love, as Tirzah.
Comely as Jerusalem.
Terrible as an army with banners.
Paul, what them banners is, man? David banner?
As the gall to look, behold, to carry a banner or standard, set up a banner or standard.
So notice, right? It says that you are beautiful, my love, comely as Jerusalem, terrible as an army of banners. Terrible here is Ion. This is something that is dreadful. Now, how can something be so beautiful but be dreadful that is carrying a standard? The chiefest. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? He said, turn your eyes away
from me,
for they have
overcome
your
me
hair
as a flock of goats that appear from Gilead,
your teeth
as a flock of sheep which go up from the washing,
where every one
bear twins,
and there is not one
barren among them,
as a piece of pomegranate.
Your temples within your locks,
80 queens
and 80 concubines,
and virgins without number.
My dove, my undefiled is one.
Pause. My dove is what?
My undefiled.
Notice, remember that take you back to what? Ephesians 5, right? When they say you had to get a woman, man, and she be washed by the washing of the word, that she better out spot, wrinkle, or blemish. See, his dove and his undefiled, she ain't but what? She's but what? She's
one of her.
The only one of her mother, and she ain't but what? One. Guess what that's telling you, man? What y'all think that's telling you, right? When they say my dove is undefiled, is but one. She's the only one of her mother. She's the choice of the one that bear her. What you think that's telling you? Because this man is talking about his wife, his woman. You know what I'm talking about? Now, what y'all think this is telling you on a higher level? You know what that boy say? Elevate to a higher plane. Prepare for takeoff. It'd be a lot of people, mama stuff that be popping in here, that done popped in here all the time, that already know what we in here doing. I don't know why they do that, unless they tap on it by accident or something. Because you know you're not finna stay, so why you even coming? Say no. No, you ain't finna stay. You know you ain't trying to hear nothing we talking about. So notice, right? Give me Ephesians 4, man. You can pick it up at verse 1. Notice it said, my dove is undefiled. So I do want to talk to you by being undefiled. And of course, that one here is Tom. So this is perfect, complete, lacking in nothing. This is the word for perfect. You know what I'm saying? Say the 5 being the Messiah and the angels. Hold on. So remember, right? He says, my dove is perfect. This man just said his woman is perfect. You understand? And she is but one. You know what I'm talking about? And that is a God. That is one. The only one of her mother. Now, you're going to have to determine who is her Emma. She is the choice one of the one that bear her. Well, what is it to be the choice? This is bar. This is pure, clean. This is the cleanest one of her mother that bear her. Which, of course, y'all know is your lie. Well, I told you to go ahead and say it.
Ephesians 4:1.
Now read Ephesians 4:1. Listen how this works. Matter of fact, he said, if you don't know, you don't. No, I haven't posted that yet.
I, therefore, the prisoner of the Lord, beseech you that you walk worthy of the vocation wherewith you are called, with all lowliness and meekness, with long suffering, forbearing one another in love, endeavoring to keep the unity of the Ruach in the bond of Shalom. One body, one Ruach.
How many bodies?
One body.
How many bodies?
One body.
3 bodies.
One body.
4 bodies?
One body.
700 bodies.
One body.
Okay.
One Ruach, even as you are called in one hope of your calling. One Lord, one faith, one immersion. One Elohim and Abba of all, who is above all and through all and in you all.
Let me ask y'all a question. How many wives did Adam have?
1.
How many wives did Abraham have?
1.
How many wives did Isaac have?
1.
How many wives did Jacob have?
2.
He had 2.
Yeah, one that you love.
But how many did he want?
1.
1. He did not want Leah, and he didn't want nothing to do with them handmaids. Now, again, that's going with the custom. See, a lot of y'all would buck custom because you're rebellious. You understand? See, Jacob worked 7 years for who?
Rachel.
And then he told him the custom of the land is to not to do what?
Give the younger before the elder.
To give the younger before the elder. So what did Jacob do after that?
Another 7.
He worked another 7 for the woman whom he wanted to be married to. And he didn't touch Leah for them 7. So he worked 14 years for the woman he wanted and then still didn't touch the woman he was given for them 14. Remember, because he said, hey, man, give me my wives, cuz. Then again, the giving of your handmaid to your husband was the custom of the time. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. That is how they lived. You understand? Just what it was. Rachel was barren. For her to give her handmaid to, because some people see that shows the competition and polygyny. Man, that ain't had nothing to do with no competition. That had to do with one woman felt like her husband did not love her. So she was doing X, Y, because it's literally why she named Levi. She said, now my husband will cleave to me. You know what I'm talking about? But at the end of the day, that man never wanted to marry that woman. If it would have been up to Jacob, he would have had 1 wife. Now, those two wives that Jacob had is representative of both of the houses of Yasharal, but that's another conversation for another day. I mention those things because when you look at even with Noah had one. Matter of fact, we talked about this before. All those who are of the toll of death or the generations or genealogy of Adam, all those men had one. Jacob is the only one in that genealogical line that had more than one, and that wasn't his desire. Why am I mentioning that? Because Yahuwah only has one wife. So when you see Solomon in Songs of Solomon stating this fact that my dove, who is perfect, is but one. And then you see Paul let it be known that it's one, how many bodies? One. You know what I'm talking about? So this is one. You can't be a cod per se with 5, 6, 7 people. That's not how that works. You know what I'm talking about? But nevertheless, and when I mention that, because some people be like this here, right? I do not care enough about polygyny to be chasing dudes down who practice that and condemning them. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? But if you ask me about it, I'm going to tell you why we stand on what we stand on based off the testimony of the Son of God. I don't care if you would agree with it or not. Well, some people will go, well, what about the sisters? You know what I'm going to tell the sisters is? You better make sure that's what you want to be down with. If that's not what you want to be down with, then don't let nobody manipulate you or persuade you to convince you to do something that you don't want to do. Because if this man has to belittle you, mock you, besmirch you, or use any other type of pejoratives to get you to do something, that means he a buster. Because any man who on that type of time, he ain't got to do all that because he just going to be like, well, shoot, clearly you're not the woman for me. It's all gravy, baby. And he going to deal with women who want to be on that type of time. But the reason why I say that, because some brothers feel the need that they have to wage a war against the men who practice that. I do not care enough to waste my time chasing behind what a man is doing with his penis. You know what I'm saying? I just don't care. Because truth be told, don't nobody want to hear this from a heavenly, spiritual, godly perspective anyway. You know what I'm saying? See, the problem with polygyny, how these dudes doing it is this. These niggas lame. They're not honest about it. You know what I'm saying? They're not 100 about it. That's the problem. And they want to make women. Well, these dudes just can't get no women, so they're trying to make someone want them. If you have to convince a woman to be with you, bro, she don't like you, just leave her alone. Why are you trying to convince someone to like you? Why are you trying to convince someone to be your wife? Why are you trying to convince someone to give you some vagina? Why are you doing that? That shows the level of lack of self-love, respect, and value you have for yourself. And you think this woman gonna want to be with you guys? She's gonna look at you with disgust. Look at this stupid nigga here. This nigga begged me to be with him. You just with him out of pity or necessity. First chance you get, you gone. Then guess what they screaming? She a runaway wife, but she never wanted you in the first place. You was a duck. You know what I'm saying? Guess what? Now she done drunk all the water out the pond and she good to go. I'm out of here. And these dudes don't realize that, man. So I'm gonna tell you something. Any woman who fool with you is not running away from you unless you beating her up or cussing her out. You know what I'm saying? A woman who like you, she's not going anywhere. She's not going to just leave just to leave. Woman just get up and leave, bro. She don't like you. She was looking for a reason, like, I just can't get away from this nigga. And guess what he doing? Chasing her down. Getting on Facebook talking about my runaway wife. You know how lame you got to be doing that, man? You big grown rusty nigga putting all your business out there on the internet. You look like a sucker. Man, if that woman leave, let her be gone, man. Man, you shouldn't want to beg nobody who don't want to be with you, man. If she want to leave, let her go. That's what I tell her. Hey, baby, you make a decision to leave, just know, boy, the door don't swing both ways, boy, you can't come back. You know what I'm saying? The Lord let you come back. I don't. You can't come back here. You know the only way she could be able to come back, man, I ain't gonna be honest with you. You couldn't have laid with no another dude. Once you lay with another dude, you can't come back here. You can't come back over here. You can't be around here having dalliances with another dude, man. You know what I'm talking about? And then think you finna come back and look at me in the face. Oh, hell no. You know what I'm talking about? Well, you got to have a level of self-respect with that one there, man. She leaves, she talking about, yeah, I was in another relationship. Well, you better find you another one. You can't come back here. You can't do that. Oh, that's not the same woman, man. That is not the same woman. You know what I'm saying? Once she done been over there with another dude, boy, that's not the woman who left your house. That's a whole nother woman. You know what I'm talking about? You can't do that, man. Oh, it's a lot of them boys be on the internet. I just seen a dude post by talking about his third wife ran away. That's what I was telling y'all the other day. He talking about, and I told this camp she couldn't learn from them, and I told her brother-in-law she can't stay there, and he still letting her stay there. I don't even care why she ran away, because it ain't none of my business. You know what I'm saying? They went to arguing about it on the post, but that ain't none of my business. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody, you know, people want to post scriptures and all that type of stuff instead of sitting back and being on some, hey, man, I can't judge this matter from no Facebook post. I don't know what he got going on. I don't know what she got going on. Only thing I can tell you, man, I hope y'all can work that out. You know what I'm saying? You might want to go have some conversations. I ain't got nothing to add or say. You know what I'm talking about? She's saying he doing me. I don't know what he did to you. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what you did. Sound like y'all niggas crazy. It said, is it honorable to accept your wife back if she step out? It's godly. You know what I'm saying? That's what he did. It's godly. I can tell you everybody don't have that level of godliness in their heart. I can tell you that. It's the godly thing to do. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. If you were married and your wife stepped out on you and you asked me what you should do, I'm gonna tell you this here. I'm gonna tell you what I would do, and I'm gonna tell you what this word say do. And I'll tell you what I would do, man, kick that heifer out your house. Don't never fool with again ever in life, screw her. Now, what the word say do is, if possible, reconcile with your wife as God did. See, I'm not going to be one of them people, man. I'm going to be honest with you, man. As a human being, man, bump her. Straight like that, screw her. As what God, the standard that God held, if it's possible, man, reconcile that. But you got to sit down and ask yourself, can you do boom, boom, boom? We have to go through the text, look at God's character, and then you have to go, you know, if you need to fast and pray to assess yourself, do you have the spiritual, emotional, and mental capabilities to execute that? And that's not I can't answer that for you. You know what I'm saying? And that's really just it. You know what I'm saying? There's no cut and dry deal on that. But me personally, though, if the person was to leave, like, or you separate, you break up, and then you want to go be with somebody else, or you can't come back. Yeah, you can't come back here. You can't come back. You know what I'm saying? You can't go take no break and want to deal with this person, and that person, and think you finna come back over here. And it ain't even just about the sex. It's about you're not the same. You've been in intimate relationships. When I say intimate, I'm not necessarily talking about sexual. You've been in intimate relationships with other men. You're not the same person. You can't come back here. Because I'm not going to be looking at you as the person who left. No, I'm not. That's just like you want to be with somebody you was with when you was 19 and now you 33 and you seen her again. That is not the person that you were with when you were 19. But you know what a lot of men do? They see the 19-year-old her. I don't think women necessarily do that with dudes they used to like back then. But I know dudes do that for certain. You know what I'm talking about? You finally got your, or you want to rekindle this here. That is not the same woman you was with when you was 19. This doesn't mean for bad or for worse. It just simply means she is not the same person. You know what I'm saying? So the person who you like, loved, and enjoyed then, she might not be that now. And again, that's not good. Or I'm not saying that means that she's bad. I'm just saying that's not the same person. You know what I'm saying? They've had different experiences, this, that, there, and the third, and you trying to remember somebody that might not be there anymore. You know what I'm talking about? Because they might be for the good and you don't have the capability to handle where she at that point in time. Or it could be for the bad and it could be destructive to you. Hey, up to you. Come on with it. Where we at?
Ephesians 4. And
Are we good in that? Come back and read 6 and 9 of Songs of Solomon. Darius says, Steve Harvey, my God, today. See, Steve Harvey's an idiot because he married a woman who didn't want him and told him, come back when you get some money. And he did that. He's an idiot. I don't want nobody who tell me you get your bread up and then come back. That means she don't like you. But that just means, look here, man, it just means the level of lust. And when I say lust, I'm not saying lust in a bad way per se. That's just the level of lust that he had for this woman. So he didn't care. They said the same thing. Russell Wilson said the same thing, that he wanted Sierra based off the way that she moved, the way that she danced. So his level of desire for her is going to be great. So he's not going to care about whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to see what it is. That's not to say that Sierra is a bad person. What I'm saying is, as an individual, when you have a strong desire for somebody, you may disregard a lot of things and put yourself in a position that you should not be in because of that. You know what I'm saying? If someone is showing you that they don't want you around, that they're tolerating you, or just simply that they're not attracted to you or don't like you, then you should not fool with them. You shouldn't double back and try to get with them. No, you shouldn't do that. You got to love yourself. You got to respect. Man, it's all right to say, you know what? No, I deserve better than that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. Absolutely. Boundaries. You can't do that to you because you're going to end up hurting yourself. You can't do that, man. You got to love yourself. Say, hell no. You remember Mike Jones said, back then they ain't want me. They all on me. No, don't come over here now. Now, it's different if you try to, like, man, you can't have no one tell you. I ain't want you when you was, come back when you get some money. They go, what? I come back with some money and you run across me, I might slap you with the whole stack. Bah!
Now you done made your whole purpose for that one.
Yeah, you can't do that, man. Come on, man. I need great.
My dove, my undefiled is one.
So remember, he's saying his woman is perfect and she's one, and she's the only one of her who?
Mother.
Pause. Who's the mother? Remember, he said Eve is the mother of all who?
Living.
But he told you that Jerusalem is the what?
Mother.
So we'll deal with that tomorrow. Continue.
Saying she's the choice of her that bare her.
The daughter saw her
and baruched her.
The queens
and the concubines, and they praised
but
her.
Who is she that looked forth?
As the morning,
fair as the moon,
clear as the sun,
terrible
as an army with banners.
Now go on here. You know what morning is right there, man. See, I've heard people say that after he retires, she gonna leave him. So she probably won't leave him. He'll be too old. She can stay then.
That's your card.
So remember, this is the day. He say, who is she that look forth as the what?
As the morning.
As clear, fair as the what?
Moon.
That means that's great light. Clear as the sun and terrible as the standard. He said, I went down in the garden of
nuts
to see the
fruits of the valley,
to see whether the
vine flourish
and the pomegranates. What that man told you, he say, when you see the fruits come on the vine, you know what the end is near, right? Now continue. Or if I ever aware,
my soul made me the chariots of Aminadab.
He said, return.
O Shulamite,
return.
May look upon you.
What will you see?
And the Shulamite,
as it were the company. Now he's telling the woman to do what? Return. And again, this is speaking to the thing we were talking about earlier, like you see with the priest from Bethlehem, Yehuda with his concubine who fled, what you see in Jeremiah 31, what you see in Hosea, but with the dude with his concubine that said he spake comfortably to her. He spoke to her heart. That's what you're seeing. See, Yahushua come to speak to his old lady to tell her to return, but he spoke to her heart. He didn't berate her. He didn't besmirch her. That's why he said they thought he was coming to condemn. He would come in to save. They didn't understand he would come. That's what's wrong with these niggas. See, these niggas don't understand if you want the woman to come to you, you got to speak to her inner man. That's why they do talking about, oh man, these people don't want no word. They don't want no word because you ain't speaking to their heart. You speaking to their flesh. So of course they're gonna resist. You dummy. But let me read to you what me and my homeboy were talking about. I'm gonna read you the first question he asked me. I gotta find it. My God, today. I ain't got time for this. Oh, here you go. Boom, that's right. He texted me today. So what he asked about was this, Sylvia. Give me Romans 8 and 2. This is something we done went over before. Give me Romans 8 and 2.
For the law of the rock of life and Mashiach Yahushua have made me free from the law of sin.
Now, what he was asking me about is, what does this law entail? Get him Genesis 3 and 22. Read Genesis 3 and 19.
In the sweat of your face shall you eat bread till you return unto the ground. For out of it was you taken, for dust you are, and dust shall you return.
This is the law that he talking about that you need to be set free from, which is death. See, most Israelites think law is just Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. That's unfortunate. Read verse 22 for time's sake.
And Yahuwah Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand and take also the tree of life.
And do what?
And eat and live forever.
And live for what?
Live forever.
So what we've established this already. If he would have ate from the tree of life, would that have not freed him from the law of sin and death? That would have literally freed him from what you read in Genesis 3 and 19. All them curses you seen for his disobedience, he would have been free from. So he asked this question, does obedience, the mix of affliction, come with that? Now, what do y'all think? Because remember, he said there will be thorns in his side. So, yeah, get him 2 Corinthians chapter 12 and verse 5.
Of such a one will I esteem, yet of myself I will not esteem, but in my infirmities. For though I would desire to esteem, I shall not be a fool, for I will say the truth. But I forbear, lest any man should think of me above that which he see me to be, or that he hear of me. Unless I should be exalted above measure, through the abundance of the revelations, there was given to me a thorn in the flesh.
Remember, he said there would be thorns to buffet Adam, right? In them curses. Continue.
The messenger of Hashatan to buffet me, lest I should be exalted above measure.
You don't realize that those thorns is to keep you humble, keep your mind in the proper perspective. Go ahead.
For this thing I besought the Lord thrice, that it might depart from me.
What did he say?
He said unto me, my grace is sufficient for you.
Because my strength is made what?
Perfect in weakness.
See, this is what a lot of people don't realize, right? And trust in Yahuwah, for trusting Yahuwah is everlasting strength. He said, no ways clears the guilty. Yeah, that's right, because we just talked about that. Those curses that, remember, he put Adam's sin away. He put Eve's sin away. But he by no means clears the guilty. They still were punished. You know what I'm talking about? See, people don't understand that concept. He put the sin away because he didn't kill him dead right then. If he'd have killed both of them dead right then, he could have made a new creation. He did not do that. What did he do?
Sent them out the garden.
He sent them out. He gave them specific curses, specific to them, and then he kicked them out. And he kept the tree of life from them. He said, when he says his grace is sufficient with that means that his acceptance is sufficient for you, because his strength is made perfect in weakness. So his faith is made your faith is made perfect when you're in a lower state, when you're in an afflicted estate, and his acceptance is enough. Because his acceptance means he communed with you. And in that communion, he will strengthen you. That's why I say he'll keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on you, because he trusts in you. Trusting Yahuwah forever. For trusting Yahuwah is everlasting strength. Your strength don't come from the law. Your strength don't come from you knowing you are Israelite. Your strength comes from Yahuwah Almighty. But if you don't have trust in Yahuwah, meaning you have trust in his word, trust in who he is, trust that he is merciful, gracious, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands and forgiving sin, iniquity, and transgression, you ain't gonna get no strength. You're gonna stay weak. And no matter what it is that you go through, which is why a lot of people walk away from the word, because these people are not speaking comfortably to you. So therefore, when that shakar or that day spring comes, you ain't gonna be able to see that light. That's why you won't be able to endure pain for an evening to even see the joy that come in the morning. Because you won't have the spiritual endurance to hold fast to what he's promised you to continue even in that state of weakness. That's why he said in Joel, those that are weak say they are strong. That's why he said the joy of Yahuwah is your strength. None of these things have anything to do with the law. All these things have to do with Yahuwah. See, Israelites get offended when you say that, because they don't want you to be plugged into who you need to be plugged into. Once you plugged into Yahuwah, keeping the law is light as a feather. Keeping the law is nothing. That's what me and my homeboy talking about, and I'm trying to condense it. Like, and we talked about this plenty of time. Man, when Satan came and tempted the Lord, he ain't tempt the Lord with no law, statutes, and commandments, man. Man, your forefathers weren't tempted in the wilderness with no law, statutes, and commandments, man. They was tempted according to their faith, according to what he had promised. Man, the boy got tempted by the land. Mashiach got tempted by turning the covenant, the tables of stone into bread, got tempted by bowing down to worship, and got tempted by, man, jump off this building, he'll catch you. You know what I'm saying? Testing, that's where he got tested at. Do you believe what this man said to you? Your forefathers didn't believe what he said to them. And it's in numerous places in this book where he said that. It says that in Psalm 78, they did not trust in their salvation, in his salvation. They didn't believe in Yahuwah. They didn't believe. That ain't got nothing to do with no law. These niggas don't believe now. You got dudes who get on Clubhouse, get on YouTube, get on Facebook, and talk about the word all day, every day, and don't believe none of it. Not the law, not the law, the word, and don't believe none of it. That's right. He said the only law to help in the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. That is what it will help. Remember, he said when persecution and affliction arise of the word by and by, they are offended. Now, he asked me this here. Did Adam receive eternal life? He did not. How do we know that? Facade, that's right, Mama Steph. How do we know he didn't receive eternal life? Because he said if he would have ate from the tree of life, he would have lived forever. He kept that from him. You know what I'm saying? Until the time revealed. So he asked, how can we know who received it and who didn't? Let's read Hebrews 11 and 35. He said, I was going to ask that. Can our faith only be proven perfect unless we're brought to a lower state? Yeah, man. How can your faith be tested unless you be afflicted? You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at Job's faith never wavered. Remember, we talked about what Job's issue was. He was righteous in his own eyes because he wanted to be justified in the law versus being justified with God. Remember, you got the righteousness which is of faith, and you have the righteousness which is of the law. And nobody will be justified in Elohim's sight by the law. You know how we know that? Because we're going to look at that with Amaziah. Amaziah kept the law, but the book said his heart wasn't perfect before God. Go ahead.
And others had trial of cruel mockings and scourgings, yea, moreover, of bonds and imprisonment. They were stoned, they were sawn asunder, were tempted, were slain with the sword.
Because what my man's asked me was, well, what did they get if they didn't have eternal life? What was their reward was? Length of days and salvation from real life persecution, tribulations, and sufferings. Continue.
They wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented, of whom the world was not worthy. They wandered in deserts and mountains and dens and caves of the earth. And these all, having obtained a good report through faith,
receive what?
Not the promise.
Receive what?
Not the promise.
But Elohim,
having provided some better thing for us, that they without us should not be made perfect.
Now that goes into what we were talking about when they're preaching to the spirits in prison. They without us should not. Those who without us, who didn't get the testimony at the first, they were not made perfect. But you got made. That's why you should be glad that you were born after Mashiach came than before. You know what I'm saying? And again, the tree of life is the key to the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? That's the key of life. To the tree of life is the key to the whole thing. That's again, that goes back to what we're talking about. And what did he say? The law and the prophets was until who? Now the kingdom of what? Heaven is preached. All men pressed in. Now eternal life is preached. Get pressed into that. So then he asked, when Paul speaks of the law, is he referring to obedience, to fear the consequence? And I say it depends on the context. So he offered Romans 8 and 3 and verse 4. So run that for me.
For what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, Elohim sending his own son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh.
Now, what did he tell you, right? The Ruach is willing, but the flesh is what?
Weak. Now,
the law is weak through the flesh. How do we know that? Come to Romans 7. It doesn't mean that the law is weak. It said it is weak through the flesh. Now I want you to look at verse 7, and he'll show you how the law is weak through the flesh.
What shall we say then? Is the law sin?
God forbid.
Nay, I had not known sin but by the law.
That's how we know that the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the garden is the law. Because literally, what is the knowledge? What does the law give you the knowledge of? Good and evil. It's not that difficult. Go ahead, man.
For I had not known lust, except the law had said, you should not covet.
Ain't he just told you basically the law let him know the difference between good and evil? He said he wouldn't have known that lust was evil unless the law told him not to do it, right? But he said, but sin by what?
Taking occasion by the commandment.
Wrought in me all manner of conspicuance.
For without the law, sin was dead.
Now tell him what conspicuance is in the Greek, what that means, man. You can give him taking occasion if you're feeling good.
That's epithumia, desire, craving, a longing, a desire for what is forbidden.
So desire. So you see how the law is weak through the flesh because the law is showing you, and now you got a desire for what is forbidden. And you should see that in the beginning with Eve. She had a desire for that which was forbidden because it's weak through the flesh. The flesh is weak. It desires that which it should not have. It's not that hard. So by somebody who condemned the flesh, sin in the flesh, by he said, if I would have came and did the works that no other man did, they would have not had sin. Now he has condemned sinful flesh in the flesh. Very simple. Continue.
An occasion is affirme. It's a starting point, an opportunity.
So sin taking opportunity by that instruction, which allows me to know what good and evil is. Now it's wrought in me all manner of desire, because he say, for without the law, sin was what? Adam, without the law, there was no sin. The minute they got it, there was what? Sin. Now read verse 9. He say, for I was alive.
Without the law,
wasn't Adam alive without the law? Because the law is not for a righteous man, but for who? So what Adam needed it for? Go ahead, man.
But when the commandment came, sin revived, and I died.
And the commandment,
which was ordained to life, I found to be unto death.
But sin taking occasion
by the commandment
did what?
Deceived me.
And by it, so your lust deceived you. That's how the flesh is weak. That's why he said, watch and pray, for the ruach is willing, but the see, that's it's very simple. Now, Romans 7. And you can read 4. He mentioned 6, but you can read 4. Matter of fact, make it 3.
So then if while her husband lives, she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. But if her husband be dead, she is free from that law, so that she is no adulteress, though she be married to another man. Wherefore, my brother, you also are become dead to the law by the body of Mashiach.
Now see, like you said, you dead to the law, you dead to sin and death. Listen.
That you should be married to another, even to whom he was raised from the dead.
Because guess what? That man went in the grave, the son of Adam, and came out the son of God. Remember what Ezekiel 44 say? You know, he can only marry a woman who was a widow who had a priest before. Continue.
That we should bring forth fruit unto Elohim. For when we were in the flesh, the motions of sin, which were by the law, did work in our members to bring forth fruit.
But tell them what motions is. You got motion. You got motion in your ocean. Don't do that.
Pathoma, that which one suffers or have suffered, a suffering of the suffering of Mashiach.
So for when you were in the flesh, you had the sufferings of sin, which were by the law. That did work in your members. I mean, the law is showing you the things that you know that are forbidden for you. Have you noticed that most people don't want to do stuff until you tell them they can't do it? Have you ever looked at a child and you told them not to do something, and then immediately now they want to do it? Now you get curious. You want to know, well, why are they telling me not to do it? And that's why I always tell you, man, don't tell your kids not to do something. Give them understanding on why they shouldn't do it. Take the time to instruct and not just to order. Anybody can give orders. You know what I'm saying? It takes great ones to teach and to instruct. You know what I'm saying? So at least they can have that way. If they actually do it and they suffer, you could at least have the insight, the understanding to be able to help them understand why that wasn't a smart thing to do. So you can have compassion on them. See, when you just give orders, you can't never have compassion. You just gonna berate and besmirch and want to whoop something. Because you really want to whoop yourself because you know you failed your child because you didn't give them the proper instruction. So how could they make a wise decision? Go ahead, man.
So, but now we are delivered from the law, that being dead wherein we were held, that we should serve in newness of spirit and not in the old.
So when he say being delivered from the law, you deliver from Genesis 3:19. Now let's look at 2 Chronicles 25:1. Come on with it. It's almost midnight.
Amaziah was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name Jehoiadan of Jerusalem. And he did right in the sight of Yahuwah.
He did what?
Right in the sight
Tell
of
him
Yahuwah.
what right is, man. Am I right? I say. That's what that boy said.
Right is Yasar.
That's straight, correct, upright. He did that which was upright. Give him the definition of fool.
Straight, upright, correct, right, level, right, pleasing, straightforward, just, fitting, proper, uprightness.
Oh, you ain't had nothing to apologize for, Mama Steph.
That which is upright.
That which is upright, but not with a what?
Perfect heart.
Tell him what perfect is, that man, which is shalem.
That's complete, safe, peaceful, perfect, whole, full, at peace.
This man wasn't complete, whole, or full, nor was he in a covenant relationship with this man. Abraham didn't enter in a covenant with this man by the law. He entered in the covenant with this man by faith. That same covenant of faith was given to Isaac. That same covenant of faith was given to Jacob. And Moses presented that same covenant of faith to your forefathers coming up out of Egypt. The law just happened to be a part of it. The law is not a promise. Who promises somebody instructions? If you think a set of instructions is a promise, I ought to find them same 2 tables of stone, turn them sideways, and slap you dead in your mouth with them to put some sense in the brain that God gave you. Don't nobody promise nobody no instructions. How many of y'all parents promised y'all some rules when you were a child? Here, son, here's a promise of rules. Well, what's the hope and expectation you get from them rules that you promised me? How do you labor for a promise of instructions, man? See, this is what he was talking about in Romans 3. When you do this here, because a lot of people don't have a level of understanding to either pick up on what we're talking about. They think that you're telling people not to keep the law. But you know what they really telling you? They don't keep it. Because not one time did anybody say not to do that. We talking about that's not what that man promised you. Nor is that your justification with him. Deuteronomy 6:25 says, if you keep these commandments, that's your righteousness. But Genesis 15:6 said, Abraham believed Yahuwah and he counted it to him for righteousness. And most of us, remember he said, if you be Abraham's seed, you do the works of Abraham. That's what the Lord told you. If you were Abraham's seed, you would believe and walk according to that promise like Abraham did. Can you do that? While you around here talking about New Year's is not in the wintertime, it's in the spring. Ain't even no spring in this book, stupid. That's summertime, boy. Got no springtime. Ain't no fall. These the fall feasts. It's wintertime. But you always talking about some Babylonian stuff. Go take a nap. You need to get you a binky and take you a nap. You're tired. You need your pacifier. Baby, join. Come on.
Now it came to pass when the kingdom was established to him that he slew his servants that had killed the king his father. But he slew not their children, but did as is written in the law in the book of Moses, where Yahuwah commanded, saying, the father shall not die for the children, neither shall the children die for their fathers, but every man shall die for his own sin. Moreover, Amaziah gathered Yehuda together and made them captains over thousands and captains over hundreds, according to the houses of their fathers, throughout all Yehuda and Benjamin. And he numbered them from 20 years old and above, and found them 300,000 choice men.
Able to go forth to what?
To war.
To handle.
Spear and shield.
He also hired
100,000 mighty men of valor out of Yasharal for 100 talents of silver.
But there came a man of Elohim to him,
saying, O king, let not the army of Yasharal go with you.
For Yahuwah is not with
Yasharal, to wit, with all the children of Ephraim.
But if you will go,
do it, be strong for the battle. Elohim shall make you fall before the enemy.
For Elohim had power to help
and to cast down.
And Amaziah said to the man of Elohim, but what shall we do
for the 100 talents which I have given to the army of Yasharal?
And the man of Elohim answered,
Who was able to give you much more than this?
He said, man, what we going to do? Don't worry about that. The Lord can give you that. Come on.
Then Amaziah separated them to wit the army that was come to him out of Ephraim
to go home
again.
Wherefore their anger
was greatly kindled against Yehuda, and they returned home in great anger.
They were mad.
And Amaziah strengthened himself and led forth his people and went to the valley of Salt.
And of course, now they done smashed all of Edom. Let's look at verse 14, because we need to wrap this up.
Now it came to pass after that Amaziah was come from the slaughter of the Edomites, that he brought the gods of the children of Seir and set them up to be his gods, and bowed down himself before them and burned incense unto them.
Wherefore
the anger of Yahuwah was kindled against Amaziah, and he sent unto him a prophet, which said unto him, Why have you sought after the gods of the people, which could not deliver their
Now,
own
I didn't
people
read
out
this
of
part,
your
but
hand?
the children of Israel came back and ransacked some cities in Judah. You know what I'm saying? And killed some people. And what Madal asked me was, do you think that he worshiped these gods because of that? But he didn't care, because he about to show you where his heart was at with Yahuwah the whole time. Listen what he said.
And it came to pass as he talked with them that the king said unto him,
Who are you made?
Of the king's counsel,
Stop.
Why should you be smitten?
Then the prophet,
forbearing, said,
I know Elohim have determined
to destroy you,
because you have done this,
and have not hearkened unto my counsel.
See the difference between him and most Israelites now? Once he heard his response, he said, okay, I see God gonna kill you. He stopped talking to him. He ain't try to keep on convincing him. But when he said, who are you to give me counsel? That had already show you how his heart wasn't perfect with God. It show you how his heart wasn't complete. His heart was never with Yahuwah. What did that mean? Individuals could be walking around keeping the law and talking about the law all day and all night, and heart never be with God the whole time. And all it takes is the right situation and circumstance, and it'll show. You know what I'm talking about? And it'll show. He pushed down all his enemies by the hand of God, and it didn't matter because he never believed. He never trusted him. So this was a question my man asked me. He said, perfect faith can only be measured by temptation. And that'll take you back to the parable of the sower when he said, when persecution or affliction arises of the word, by they are offended because they have no root in them. And of course, that go back to what we read in 2 Corinthians 12, and also when he said the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked, who can know it? I, Yahuwah, search the heart and try the reins to give every man according to his work. And how you say he will purify you like silver and take you through the furnace of affliction. Because all gold got to be purified through the fire. That's why you got to go through the baptism of fire. That's why the Lord said, you're able to drink from the cup that I drink from and be baptized with the baptism that I'm baptized with. And then he asks, is the agreement only solidified when one honors it against the desire and necessity not to? Absolutely. How do we see that? When he asked for the cup to pass and he yielded to the desire of his father, not his own personal desire. You know what I'm saying? Then, of course, that he died, did Mashiach die in such a way to create the greatest contrary necessity to depart from the agreement, yet he honored it. Remember, he say, look at a man who suffered such a contradiction for himself for dying for sinners. And again, here's when he asked, the carnally minded cannot endure temptation. You know what I'm saying? It's not in them to do so. And then, of course, we talked about what we mentioned earlier about how Mashiach was tempted with the promises. Like, it's a different type of deal. So when you look at what John the Baptist was preparing the people to receive the word of faith, like in Deuteronomy 30. And the scribes and Pharisees didn't want that. But the publicans and the harlots, the people of lesser degree, they did. Could we look at the Feast of Atonement as a preparation, the testing by the faith? I mean, it's a reminder of the testing of the affliction that he went through year by year. So in that vein, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But it's also a year to year for the humbling of yourself. See, a lot of people's problem when it comes to the word is that they don't want to humble themselves. Everybody wants to be at a high. They think God supposed to keep you here. Remember, he said he confirmed the souls of the disciple and exhort them to continue in the faith that through much tribulation, you have to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Remember, he said, man, in the world, you shall have tribulation, but this man never said that you was just going to have this great, comfortable, you know what I'm saying, lovely, soft life. Remember, he said those who wear soft clothes dwell in kings' houses. He never said that those who are born of him are going to have that type of life. He never promised you that. And he never told you that. You know what I'm talking about? He never told you that. He never insinuated that. He never intimated that. What happened is that that's what we want. Pastors will tell you this. You know what I'm talking about? In order to garner members, garner followers, and therefore garner currency. Or man worship or vagina. Because a lot of these dudes is in this to sleep with y'all. Ladies, I mean. Shoot, some of them in here to sleep with dudes. So, I mean, I'm not saying that to be funny. It's just the reality of the situation. So you have to be aware of that. Because you're not going to read anywhere in this book where he promised you anything other than food, clothing, And he don't even mention shelter, but that's a gift. That's all he promised you. When he told you to pray to your Father, he said, give us this day our what?
Daily bread.
That's all it is, because he said you don't even know what tomorrow gonna bring. So what you worry about that for? He told you don't boast in tomorrow. You don't know what tomorrow gonna bring. He told you don't take no thought for your life. What you gonna eat, what you gonna wear. He said, man, you greater than the birds of the air and all that. He told you don't be concerned with that. Remember, he told you be anxious for nothing. Blessed are those who trust in Yahuwah, who trust in whose hope Yahuwah is. And he said they'll be careful in drought. They won't have no anxiety. See, we get caught up worrying about the wrong things. And now you thinking, well, my life ain't like this here. So where God at? But he never told you that. He never told you that. He never told any of his servants that they would be rich in this life. He said they would be rich in faith. But he never told you. That doesn't mean you can't be, but he never told you that. You got niggas in the word talking about they want to live a soft life. Nigga, how? Nigga, how? Because if you're going to live that type of life, you're probably not going to be serving God in perfection. I didn't say that you're not going to be serving him. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about imperfection. Because if you're going to serve in perfection, you're going to have to be prepared to be persecuted, and you're going to have to prepare to suffer to see how much you're willing to endure to receive that promise. Do you not look at all the tribulation that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob went through, man? Do you not see what Joseph went through, man? Do you not see what Job went? Do you not see an underlying theme? David was king and suffered. It's only one person in this book who didn't suffer. That's Solomon. Everybody else suffered. You know what I'm talking about? And that's an underlying thing. That's why I say, and it behooved Mashiach to suffer and rise again the third day. That is an underlying theme throughout the whole book, is the ability to, he tell you that in Job 5. You know what I'm saying? Blessed are those who endure. Because that means you trust in this man promises so much that remember he told you that in Romans 8. Shall persecution, shall affliction, shall famines, shall that separate us from the love of God? Man, once something difficult happened, nigga, like, man, screw God. Because again, your heart not perfect. The way that we think this supposed to go, or the way people tell us this supposed to go, is not the way that he said it's gonna go. You got to look at what he said. That's why your faith has to be made perfect, and you can endure anything. You know why? Because you'll lean on him. You'll seek after him. See, when things happen that don't go your way, and your first thing to do is you want to blame God or get mad, you in a bad way. Now, you got some people in this book where they did this here. They think, oh, he calling my sins to account. That don't even necessarily be the case. Man, just because bad stuff happened to you don't mean that, but that just means the mind that, I'm talking about Obadiah and Kings. That's what I'm talking about, the mind that he had. And that's not an evil mind. He thinking like, shoot, it got to be for something I did. You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't even the case.
So, Joel said to his wife, like, shall we only receive good?
Yeah, you're only going to receive good for Yahuwah, but not evil. That's all people want. That's how most people think. I want all the good, nothing bad. You know what I'm saying? Then when something bad, oh, the devil busy. The devil never clocked in. Some things is just time and chance, to be 100% honest with you. Some things ain't Yahuwah or the devil. Some things is just simply life. You know what I'm saying? And you have to have the mentality and the fortitude and the endurance spiritually and mentally to handle that. Or if not, you're going to end up hating God at the end of it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to end up hating him behind that because you didn't understand. Because that's how life, why I got to go through this? Why not you? You shouldn't be looking at why. Don't you realize the affliction and sufferings is for your perfection?
Just because you've been told, like, hey, it's supposed to be easy.
Yeah,
they
like,
set the standard like that now.
Like you ain't got to be in the word in life hard. You know what I'm talking about? Life is, I mean, come on, man. Even the people who you think got these great lives with all this stuff, man, their lives ain't sweet. They just got money, so it makes it more bearable. I'm not going to act like having a lot of money not going to make your life more bearable, but then you don't know what they went through to get that money. And some people don't go through nothing, but then they got that money and they ain't got God. So would you rather have money and no God? My God, today. You know what I'm saying? I know don't nobody want to be poor. But you remember what that boy said now. What he said, did he? Give me food convenient for me. Don't give me poverty nor riches. You know what I'm talking about? Give me what I need.
Get rich, get you.
But guess what? You know why he was saying that? Yahuwah, you know my heart. So give me what you know that I can handle. Because he letting me know, boy, if I be poor, boy, I'm going to steal. He letting me know, boy, if I be poor, boy, I'm going to rob me, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? He said, if I got too much, I might forget you was here. You know what that is? That's a level of self-awareness. Some people don't got no level of self-awareness. You know what I'm saying? We talked that plenty of times before, man. Man, you get some bread, man. It's a whole lot of stuff you said you wouldn't do. You didn't know you want to do it because you didn't have the ability to do it. Yeah, you get pierced through. Hey, man, that man told you don't labor after that. Shoot. You got dudes turning into full-fledged tricks. He didn't know he was a trick till he got some money. You know what I'm saying? Now he like this, baby, I got 5 bands.
Forgot you who and turned to prostitute.
Now he tricking. Now you on drug. You know how many people went out there to Hollywood and all that stuff, man, and turned into drug addicts? They didn't know they were drug addicts. Now they got access to stuff. When you get money, you get access to stuff that you ain't never had access to before. Play with it, man. Hallelujah for Yahushua word, man. I appreciate y'all. I bless y'all at the house of Elohim in the name of Yahushua. Definitely the longest we done ever went on camera. So I appreciate y'all riding out with this here because ain't nobody too tough. Might have fell asleep, but I understand. I probably would have too. Y'all niggas old.
39 people watching.
Y'all niggas old and young and old. Young
combination.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking trash, man. But listen, man, all that stuff I didn't mention, no, man, that's a level of self-awareness. You got to be real with yourself if you talking about saving your soul. Yes, sir. So you just got to be real with yourself. That's right. Amen, Sister Dini. He say, yeah, count it all joy when you come into diverse temptation. You know what I'm saying? Like, all jokes aside, man, like you got to be, because you talking about if you want to save your soul. So you have to be real with yourself. You can't be worrying about what other people gonna think. Oh, who gives a damn? Why y'all niggas worry about what another nigga gonna say? People, oh my man, like you can't give it, man. I'm trying to get better. It's just like when I see people who overweight in the gym, man. You know, some people had that stereotype. People, I don't think nothing other. They trying to get it together. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna mess with them. I ain't got no thoughts. They ask for some help. I'm gonna help them. Because guess what? If they didn't want to be better, good night. They wouldn't be here. That's what they're there for. And guess what? They might have some setbacks. It don't matter. Man, every day you're alive, you're supposed to be pushing to be better. You know what I'm saying? You can't be worrying about, amen, man. I can't be worrying about, man, nigga go to the gym, man, he benching 220, man. They gonna look at me crazy because I got 210s on. Who give a damn? Man, you better move them 65 pounds, man, and stop worrying about what the next man doing. Them people ain't even thinking about you. You thinking about them, they ain't thinking about you. Amen, Brother Marcus, man. Love you too, bro. And that's what people problem is. You think people think about you, they ain't even thinking about you. You know why? Because they got their own problems. But you thinking, I wonder what they gonna say this about, man. You gotta cut that out, man. Man. Thank you, man. Yeah, man. That's low self-confidence, self-esteem. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, but you were Baruch 10K, but you know where that come from, though, man? Because we live in a society where we're just overly concerned. Shalom, or what everybody thinks. So now you judging everything you doing by what you think this person think about you. And these people probably not even thinking about you. Then if a person is looking at you and thinking negatively about you, that's a reflection about them. That ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing to do with you, man. You know what I'm saying?
I remember when I first started listening, I couldn't even bench 135. My boys in college said, hey, man, everybody got to start somewhere.
Straight up. Everywhere. You got to start somewhere.
Like, shoot, nigga, you ain't been listening, shoot, nigga.
Man, look at, man, I don't care what you're doing, man. You got to start somewhere on the pathway to whatever it is that you're seeking to improve on. I wouldn't give a damn where you started at. You know what I'm saying? See, the issue is not where you started at. The issue is if it get difficult, will you stop? If you get uncomfortable, will you stop? You know what I'm saying? Do you have the ability to endure when it ain't easy? If being better every day is what you're trying to do, are you hungry like the werewolf of London for that improvement? And whatever you do, of course, the word is first and foremost, but then it's in whatever you're doing. You know what I'm saying? It could be your career field. It could be your business. It could be the gym. It could be with your children. It could be with your spouse. Man, it could be doing tiddlywinks, nigga. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, man, do you want to be better in what it is in the things that are important to you? And if you want to be better, you don't give a damn what nobody else thinks. Outside, of course, your wife and your kids, your husband and your kids in that regard, you know what I'm talking about? But you know what I'm saying? Who cares? Who cares? You going to school, you want to be a better student, you know what I'm saying? What you got to do to, you know what I'm saying? And at the bare minimum, if you gave full maximum effort, man, that's all you can ask. As forth as anything that's natural. Shoot, even with the word, you should give all your effort. I guarantee if you give all your effort like the man told you, your whole mind, heart, strength, and soul, you'll be perfect in the word. That man told you to love him with all your heart, all your strength, all your mind, all your soul. So you mean to tell me if you give this man your all, you think you ain't going to be perfect? You know what people's problem in his life? You don't give your all. You always keep a little back in the tank. What you holding back for? You know what I'm saying? But see, that ain't even the best of your ability because you ain't giving your all. And see, that's another hallmark if you want to know a woman fool with you, if she willing to give you her best all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what Yahuwah want to see is you going as a woman to him, his old lady. He want to see is you gonna give him your best. Ain't that what Cain did? He didn't give him his best, did it? Abel did though. He want to see you gonna give him your best. You know what we like to do? Be like a you know what I'm saying? A rabbit cut in half. You know what I'm talking about? You like you know what I'm saying? Give him half your tail. That's what we like to do. And you think he's supposed to take that. And that's what some women do to their husbands. And you know why that's a reflection? Because that's what we doing to our husband, and the men don't catch it. You know what I'm saying? That's what he told you in Hosea. You know what I'm talking about? You're giving that man half. I am though. Lord willing, yeah, I've been wanting to do that for a while. Lord knows if we be able to bring that to pass. That's my desire though. Yahuwah knows. But yeah, man. That's just what that is, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to give your all. How you expect to get great results when you give, you know what I'm saying, butt crack effort? You're not going to get nothing out of that. You see what I'm saying? No, you ain't going to get nothing out of that. Not what you want. And guess what niggas like to do? Complain about the lack of results from the lack of effort that they're giving. You expecting great results from low effort. That's not how that works. It's not how any of that works. In nothing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even talking about no word. I'm talking about in anything. You ever seen a nigga halfway clean a house? Terrible. You know what I'm talking about? It looked terrible. And guess what? When somebody halfway clean a house, you got to come behind them and work 2 to 3 times as hard to clean this halfway cleaned house. Because you would have rather the nigga didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But you can tell that this person didn't even try. See, we ain't talking about you coming there, they missed the spot. Some people be like, this house ain't clean. And then you come in there and be like, why y'all brought me in this house? Whoever you had come in here before, they clean this goddamn house. You know what I'm saying? All of us done stepped in the house where somebody said this house wasn't clean. And you walking in here like, what these people want me to clean? Man, this house clean. You know what I'm talking about? They pointing out minuscule stuff. You done had a house in the game. You be like, this free money for you because you like, y'all.
I'm gonna be in the know.
You know what I'm saying? Because they're like, man, my house is filthy, man. I hired these people, man. They didn't do nothing. And you step in there and be like, well, goddamn, what did you want them to do? Because this house clean. Ain't nothing in here. Man, I told you about that time that lady talking about this shower ain't clean. Look. Man, she ran her hand across that shower. It wasn't nothing on it. I said, what's on here? Ain't no drywall dust. Ain't no, what you talking about?
I'm trying to find something.
Anything. But then when you the one coming in behind them, you like, oh, this free money because this house clean.
Don't worry about our cleaning free.
You know what I'm saying? This house is clean. But then you got some houses like, man, why you had them people come in here and do this here? This place, they clean this? Yeah, I watched them. Half effort. Man, all you can do is give all your effort, man. If all your effort don't get the result you wanted, at least you know you maxed out. But nevertheless, I need to go to sleep. And a couple other things. Y'all willing, man. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon, man. Make it do what it do. Again, I appreciate y'all. Bless y'all the house out of him in the name of y'all. Y'all willing, man. Till tomorrow afternoon. I'm out of here. All right, Clubhouse. I ain't gonna